печеньку у зеленому саду. Чи не вийде дівчинонька рано вранці по ладу? Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала. Вийшла дівчинонька рано вранці воду брать, а за нею козаченько веде коня напувать. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина, саду ягоди рвала.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячий хотар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там вбивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар. Байрактар. Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1052 of the War News stream. And we have very large news tonight. We saw Ukraine launch the largest drone attack of the war on Russia just a couple of hours ago with crazy footage to back it up. We also see that China exposed building Taiwan invasion fleet, and also a secret Russian military site was destroyed today by Ukrainian attacks. It's good to see you all once again.
And of course, the lag is back. It would not be an Enforcer stream without the lag. But beyond that, we have absolutely major news to cover tonight, as we have been able to hear that the armed forces of Ukraine have conducted the largest and most successful long-range drone strike of the war. We have been able to hear of major damage and destruction facing Russian facilities and munition depots and also ports from the area of Novorossiysk all the way up to the city of St. Petersburg and the Leningrad Oblast. It appears that the Russian Federation is reeling from the damage of this attack right now, and many Russian military bloggers have claimed that this is it, and it appears that the Russian oil industry will most likely be going under once and for all, a slow and painful death over the next few months due to the significant severity of the damage that has been caused inside the Russian Federation just over these past few hours. Really over just the past hour right before we went live. We were also able to hear of some very significant news coming out of the area of China, as we were able to hear that it appears that the People's Liberation Army Navy is now conducting a rapid construction program, developing a large fleet of amphibious barges with a singular purpose of preparing for an amphibious invasion of the island of Taiwan, most likely expected within the next 2 years based off of current construction rates of the People's Liberation Army Navy and their amphibious warfare abilities. Meanwhile, outside of China, we have also been able to hear that inside of Yemen, coalition forces have significantly bombed Houthi-controlled areas within the city of Sana'a, within the western area of the country. And we do believe that that airstrike has produced a significant amount of damage and will, once again, be showing the Yemeni Houthis that they better back off before the coalition continues to bomb them further. Meanwhile, we've also been able to see that on the front lines of Ukraine, the armed forces of Ukraine have been able to make some significant successes today, taking a decent amount of ground towards the area of Bolshoe Soldatskoe and inflicting heavy losses on Russian forces attempting to conduct an offensive towards the direction of Malaya Luknia, as it does appear that the Russian armed forces is once again conducting poorly thought out battle plans along with their North Korean counterparts within the region. We have also been able to hear that within the area of Touretsk, there has been some decent fighting today, and the Ukrainians were able to sever another major head of the Russian serpent within the area of this region, as we were able to hear that the Russian 3rd Corps HQ has been hit within Svitlodarsk, and we do believe that a large amount of command staff has been killed in this strike, although exact information and details has not come out yet on that particular strike and the actual casualties that have followed. Nevertheless, we have also been able to get some news from up in the area of the Baltic Sea, as we were able to hear that a massive Russian oil tanker within the area, part of the Russian Ghost Fleet, has apparently lost engine power and is currently adrift near to the German island of Rügen, which is directly to the north and east of what is formerly East Germany and now a part of the Federal Republic of Germany. We have also been able to hear major news from inside of the United States and really largely the Americas as well, as the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation has issued a $25 million bounty on top of Nicolas Maduro's head, as he is soon to become once again the president of Venezuela after a very fraudulent election was conducted last year. We have also been able to hear that the United States of America has continued to fight the blazes in Los Angeles. Once again, I do want to let everyone know that the news on that's going to be very limited, and towards the later end of the stream, a large summary of today's events within this area. However, there is a major piece of news to be said that came out today on the U.S.-Mexican border, as our vigilant ICE agents, which are the Immigration, Customs, and Border Enforcement officials, were able to act diligently enough to be able to arrest a certain illegal border crosser today. This was no average illegal border crossing. From what we understand, the person that was arrested by ICE agents is apparently a Wagner mercenary and was carrying $4,000 in cash, one drone, we are believing it is currently an FPV drone at this time, and around 2 separate different passports. At this moment, we do not know a lot of additional information about this person, but it is starting to show that our foreign adversaries, such as the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China, may be attempting to send agents into our country through illicit and underhanded means to be able to conduct acts of sabotage across the rest of the country. And this comes right on the heels as of today, where we heard that the LA police chief has possibly suggested that all of the fires in LA are not incidental fires, but maybe deliberate acts of arson. We have also been able to hear that the United States has confirmed the existence of directed energy weapons, which are generally the cause of Havana syndrome. But there is a large amount of news that we have to cover today, an incredibly large amount.
Crazy about the news, man. Ukraine is once again back to it again. Like today's drone attack on Russia was the largest of the war. It was literally attacking so many different areas. The Russians were panicking on Telegram. They were not sure how to respond to it, and they said debris was falling everywhere. So you know what that means. The air defense wasn't working well because apparently there were direct impacts that we also heard as well.
Also, really quickly, Matthew, I'm going to try and do something because you were lagging extremely bad. So let me see if I can disconnect the call and reconnect it. Can you hear me now, Matthew?
No, I'm going to restart my computer. You go right ahead.
All right, so Matthew's going to be restarting his computer, but in the meantime, we have a massive amount of news to cover for all of y'all, and we're going to be getting into it right now. And that is going to be bringing us into the area of the Russian Federation. Multiple massive explosions have been reported throughout 10 different oblasts of the Russian Federation's western area, from the directions of Krasnodar, or largely the Krasnodar Oblast, to the Rostov Oblast, to Voronezh and Kursk, as well as Belgorod, and all the way up to Leningrad and several other smaller oblasts in between. We have been getting reports over the last hour that major explosions have been rocking a large majority of these territories and have been producing significant damage on key Russian military assets that have been helping them to continue the war effort. From what we are hearing, some of the largest and most significant damage has come within the area of the Krasnodar Oblast to several significant points in several significant areas, mind you. And dang, a huge shout out to Denis Davidov for the massive support there and helping this channel to keep on running. But beyond that, we have been able to hear of significant damage to the areas of the Kerch Strait, Novorossiysk, and also the coastline near to the Kerch Strait. We were able to see that within the city of Novorossiysk, there has been probably the most successful drone attack of the entire war. Now, that's not to mitigate the drone attack that has occurred throughout the rest of the Russian Federation. This attack has been the largest one of the war and the most successful one of the war that we have heard about. But this attack in Novorossiysk appears to have truly been one of the most significant, as we were able to see that a port facility, or the port facilities in this area, were under attack, and we were able to see that air defense fire was reaching up into the sky and attempting to take down these drones, but the drones appeared to have been a little bit more diligent than the Russian air defense, able to make their way through and actually strike the targets in the ports of Novorossiysk. We can see a flash in the distance to the right side of the camera as one of the drones has impacted the ground, and we can see another one over there as we can now hear the sound of the Russians firing surface-to-air missiles trying to intercept these Ukrainian drones. Time was against the Russians at this point, as these drones were being spotted and identified by air defense systems practically directly above the city of Novorossiysk. And at that time, we were starting to see that the Russians' abilities to be able to take down these drones, the amount of time that they had available, was not a really conducive picture. Because it appears that today, the Crests bombed, according to this post by the Russians, the Crest, I'm assuming that that's the Ukrainians, and really quickly, let me make sure to screen share here. And also, Matthew, can we get a quick audio check? How are you doing over there?
Okay, so hopefully I'm coming through clear now. I think it might have fixed it.
You are coming through clear.
Excellent.
But we were able to hear that today, the Ukrainians are able to score, according to this Russian military blogger, which we assume has information privy to the Novorossiysk area, hit the oil loading structure of Novorossiysk port with the drones. And how this will affect the world price of oil and our economy, we will soon see. And all that, and all because our air defense systems are either in the SVO, which is a special military operation, which means inside of occupied Ukraine, or in Valdai, guarding the Supreme Chief Grandfather, which means Vladimir Putin, or covering the rest of the Chief Grandfathers in Moscow. So it appears that this Russian military blogger is just about fed up at this point, and is saying that because the air defense has been re-diverted to everywhere but to protect the citizenry, the city of Novorossiysk was left practically defenseless and only had a small amount of gush guns and, of course, machine guns to be able to try and shoot down these drones, and it just simply was not enough. Novorossiysk is a pretty big port, actually, to remind everyone here, and it actually is the biggest port that the Russian Federation can use inside of the entirety of the Black Sea. It beats the port of Rostov significantly by large margins, considering that this is a deep water port, not a shallow river port, and this means that this is able to accept a larger number of maritime traffic because it is able to accommodate all different hull depths and hull sizes. And so for this reason, this port is a very significant one. But one thing that is even more important are the loading facilities that exist around this port, which there is a significant number of. But most importantly, most significantly, are the oil loading platforms right here. These are the oil loading platforms, the most important piers in Novorossiysk. And these are the oil silos, the fuel silos for the large part, some of the most important parts of the port. It's one of the main pieces of infrastructure that keeps Novorossiysk running day and night, able to provide the Russian Federation with an endless stream of cash as long as ships are able to enter and exit this port. Not only that, but the port practically lives and dies on this oil supply. Russian ships, like many others in the world, do not run on sail power. Sail power is the stuff of old. What the Russian Federation runs on these days, just like everyone else, is the oil reserves that are readily produced in Russia, but rarely refined. And this fuel here is not just any fuel. It is the fuel, I believe it is bunker sea oil, if I'm correct, which is a specific variant of fuel largely used in maritime trade, specifically to fuel the vessels that fuel the Russian economy and continue to make them just enough money to stave away bankruptcy and complete Russian financial collapse for just a couple of more months. With the hit of this facility and the destruction of this pier, the Russian Federation's Novorossiysk port is now entirely out of operation due to the fact that no vessels that enter this port will be able to refuel. This means that vessels that are entering the port of Novorossiysk from this point forward will have to be skimming from other ports in a very nearby location, either from the port of Kerch, which will not be able to support a large amount of maritime traffic and doesn't have the significant fueling facilities that Novorossiysk has, or they will have to come from Rostov-on-Don, or somewhere else entirely within the Black Sea. But nevertheless, This means that if any ships are sanctioned and they're practically having to run return voyages from Russia to one point and then back, if they were operating out of Novorossiysk, they will not have a fuel source to work off of from this point forward, largely meaning that Novorossiysk is entirely knocked out of action as far as Russian logisticians are concerned, and as far as the Russian economy is concerned as well. Moving on from that, though, we did get a little bit more additional footage of the fire at the port. And this confirms to us that the port did take a direct hit from several of these drones, and that the pier and the fuel depots were knocked out. And here is the clip right here.
Это порт. В порт прилетело.
Oh no, the port, блядь.
Oh, блядь.
Это порт.
And we can hear him saying, the port's on fire. And it's just terrible, isn't it? I mean, it's just a tragedy to think that the entire Russian economy was kind of living and dying on this one port for the large part, and it got hit and the fuel reserves are knocked out. What a tragedy, Matthew. I mean, right? You know, like, it's a terrible tragedy.
It's just a tragedy. It's like the Black Sea Fleet can't catch a break. They go run off to Novorossiysk from Crimea to try to save themselves. Then they go over here. They get smashed. They get hit. Their fuel goes up in flames. And also remember, Engels just had their really special fuel supply destroyed yesterday as well. So it's still burning to this day, even right now. So it's just a tough time all the way around. This was a huge attack.
Man, right now in the Kremlin, Putin's going, we have to pay for this war. Let me tell you all the history of Russia from 5000 BC. And then someone burst open the door and they're like, Premier Putin. Yes? Well, one of our only ports got knocked out. That's fine. We were pulling the cash reserves to buy gasoline and other fuel products from Kazakhstan. Oh shit, we're out of money.
No.
Like, it's like, oh no.
Wallet.
Man,
Look at that. The Russians don't even have a wallet anymore. They're storing their money in the dirt because it's about worthless as the dirt.
Nah, man, let me show you what Russia's really down to. One second. Let me go show you a picture that I heard was actually of Putin outside the Kremlin the other day. Spare change, please. Spare change. Man, I'm
telling you. That's Shoigu at this point, because, you know, Shoigu just got put out of his job a while back. That's how Shoigu looks. Holding his nice cup.
Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, dude, this is the oligarchs. They're like, please, in the war. You know, it's like everyone in Russia is going broke at this point. And with the destruction of a major, well, not really, it wasn't really the complete destruction of the port. I do want to make it clear that all of the aggregate industries, from what we understand, are still running. And interestingly enough, Vostochny Rayon was actually not really hit. It was just completely avoided by the Ukrainian drones, because we believe that in terms of small arms air defense, most of it actually is pretty much encircling the Vostochny Rayon. So they went for the softer but still equally important target within the civilian area of the port, which is the major fueling depot, which actually does provide fuel to the Vostochny Rayon, which is used by the Russian Navy at this point to operate the majority of the Black Sea Fleet. So the Black Sea Fleet does not have fuel. The Russian Federation does not have fuel. The Russians are currently going broke right now, and they're obviously running out of money. Everyone has been able to hear about that. Inflation is skyrocketing within the country. Things are going horrifically. There's no other way to put it. And what's even more interesting than this, what's even crazier than this, is that we actually heard of reports of explosions from the area of Anapa, Vovorovka, and also down near a major rail yard and small port that exists in this area, about right here. We do not know what these reports of explosions truly were. We're still trying to figure that out right now, and we haven't seen any video or picture evidence coming out to confirm that any explosions even happened in this area. But Russian military bloggers were insistent that not only did explosions occur in Novorossiysk itself, down here at the bottom right, but explosions occurred pretty much down the entire length of the coast from Anapa to the small town within this Russian valley here called Suko. And we do not know what those explosions were in particular, but it does sound as though the Ukrainians were hitting a myriad of targets within the Krasnodar Oblast and within that particular area. We'll still be waiting for more information on that. It may come out while we're live on air, so you might want to stick around and wait to see if any major news does come out on the strikes that happened, possibly near Anapa, because the military bloggers were adamant, significantly adamant, that explosions did occur in Anapa, but we do not know at this point what those explosions were and the kind of damage that was caused. But nevertheless, many people are talking about, many people are actually speaking a great deal about the damage that's been caused to Novorossiysk alone. And it's not the only damage. I want to make that very clear. This isn't the end of the Ukrainian drone strike. This is merely the beginning. we have to talk about every other drone strike that happened in Russia. And practically every single little icon in the olive color that has a fire emblem on it here are other significant strikes that we have video and picture evidence of that occurred throughout the rest of the Russian Federation just today and just about an hour ago. There was a significant number. And while the Novorossiysk attack is the most important, there are also other attacks that occurred that are equally important in value to the Ukrainians strategically in the war effort. Beyond that, though, many people are talking about this massive drone attack that has been conducted literally just an hour ago. And a lot of people are wondering, will the Russian Federation make a special retaliation, a general order of a sort, against the Ukrainians to be able to try and knock the Ukrainians out? At least in their minds, it won't happen. But the Russians will make it sound like they're knocking the Ukrainians out once and for all in retaliation to this strike that the Ukrainians have conducted on the Russians. And many people are believing that the Russians are going to be striking back hard at Ukraine here within the very near future. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about as well? Do you think that a Russian return attack is imminent at this point, or do you think that they really lack even the prerequisite abilities to plan or conduct this attack at large? What are you thinking about it, and what is everyone else thinking?
All right, so if anybody's been watching this all day long, it's been absolute pandemonium on the Russian Telegram channels. They've been going berserk. They are mainly worried about their oil and gas being destroyed even further and thus sinking the Russian economy. That is the main thing they're worried about with this largest drone attack of the war that we saw literally carried out less than an hour ago across various different regions of Russia, including Novorossiysk and Crimea as well. So is Russia going to retaliate for this really world-class style attack that we saw today? So 46% said yes, Russia will strike back hard, while 26% said they really can't do anything right now, and 22% said no, Russia will keep going status quo. And actually, on this one, I'm actually going to be with the 22%. I think Russia is going to keep going status quo. I think right now they're simply struggling to maintain their economy, and they're really focused on secondary things right now, like the economy, and they're really not really in a position to start going ham on the battlefield. And also, they're still not making any frontline gains either in Ukraine. So they're still deadlocked in Ukraine, and they're not making any progress. And it sounds like, in the background, the oligarchs are starting to get very frustrated with no progress inside of Ukraine, and they're starting to pressure Putin to speed this thing up, and it sounds like they're probably going to ignore this and simply try to make some maybe some battlefield gains instead, but I don't think it's going to work either. So generally, I'm with the 22%, but Enforcer, what say you?
I would actually have to say I would have to be with the 26%. They really can't do anything, and that sounds shocking, because the Russians always do something. And I have a feeling that they will probably be able to conduct a strike of some form against Ukraine. But compared to what we're seeing now as the norm in terms of the airstrikes, or largely the air campaigns that are being conducted against Ukraine, the Russian abilities are going to be greatly decreased. May I remind everyone of something very big that we're actually about to get to here in a second that happened about 3 days ago at this point. Only 3 days ago, mind you. But it's probably the biggest thing that's going to be regulating what the Russians can do in response to this: the giant fire at the jet fuel silo outside of Ingles, which is pretty much going to be rationing the Russian aviation fleet, the bombers at least, to conducting little to no airstrikes come round in the future. And that's going to mean that the Russian Federation will not be able to launch the massive volume, at least we're expecting that right now, of missiles that have been fired in previous air campaigns. Usually, the Russians fire missiles from a large amount of sources. From, I believe they're, let's see, there's something like TELs, something erector launchers, which means that they just literally plop the silo vertical from the back of a vehicle and then launch the missile from it. They do launch a decent amount of missiles that way from inside the Russian Federation, but still, nowadays, the Navy and the Army really aren't playing a big role in the missile attacks that are being conducted inside of Ukraine. It really is only the Russian Air Force that we see at this point launching the large majority of the missiles that are fired into Ukraine. They launch approximately 60 to 70% of all missiles fired in every single missile and drone attack so far at this point in the war. And considering that we are seeing that the Ingles Air Base is probably going to be deprived of a large resource of fuel in the future for the strategic bomber fleet, this means that the bombers are going to have to be rationed. While bombers will fly and they will launch their missiles, it's not going to be an incredibly large or voluminous number. They will not be able to conduct a superior firepower attack against the Ukrainians in this upcoming missile attack and drone attack that they they will conduct, it will be a fairly average-sized one, simply because they lack the resources to be able to conserve long-term, to be able to do something like this now and continue a drone and missile attacks at regular sizes in the future. And this really means, in the big picture, they're not really going to be able to do anything in response. Because yes, they will launch a missile and drone attack, but it's not going to be one that's incredibly big that will overwhelm Ukrainian air defense and then leave them defenseless as they watch the missiles rain down into critical infrastructure. That just will not happen. We will see that the Russian Federation will launch a fairly typical missile and drone attack, and it will not be anything extremely large. Also, another thing that I have to throw out there is that there is the possibility of another launch of an Oreshnik IRBM, but the chances of that are also highly unlikely. There were no weapons, from what we know at this point, that were used inside the Russian Federation in the course of this attack that were Western in origin. All drones were made by Ukraine and operated by the Ukrainians. So with that in mind as well, there really is no proper justification at this point for the Russian Federation to use an Oreshnik IRBM, because it wouldn't be working off of their normal diplomatic framework that they justified the first launch with by saying that they were reacting to Western intervention and involvement in Ukraine. In this attack, there was none. So it'd be very hard to justify an Oreshnik launch. So from this
However,
point,
Enforcer, I wouldn't rule out the Oreshnik launch, because I do see people in the live chat saying, well, don't they have the IRBMs like you just mentioned? And that is something that's still on the table. Generally speaking, and unfortunately, I think an IRBM launch, another one at least, is probably imminent. We don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but I don't think it's going to be in direct response to this drone attack, because if Russia was going to retaliate with an IRBM, they would have done it last time when Ukraine went back into Kursk. We just saw that a couple days ago. They would have already launched it in retaliation for the Kursk invasion 2.0, and they did not do that. But one thing I do want to point out is the Russian airspace over Kasputin Yar, the nuclear test site where the IRBMs are typically launched from, that will be closed, I believe, starting tomorrow through a couple of days. So that might be a launch time frame right there that they could try to pull something like that off. But I'm kind of with the Enforcer. I think it might be unlikely at this time. It might come later, but I don't think it's going to be within the next couple of days. We could be proven wrong, and it still is possible, but I would say kind of unlikely, in my opinion.
I would say I would have to agree. I think the chances of an Oreshnik launch is highly unlikely, given the current circumstances of this attack. And while the damage was significant, I just do not think that there is a proper justification at this point for an Oreshnik IRBM to be launched off of the typical Russian diplomatic framework we've seen laid out so far. So with that in mind, the response that the Russians are going to give, it really won't be a meaningful one or a significant one in response to this, at least at this point. So with that major bombshell out of the way, and that major analysis out of the way, it is time for us to move on a little bit around the area, as we were able to hear in general that huge drone attacks were occurring across numerous regions of Russia. And I'm just going to show you all some of the clips that were compiled from across the entirety of Russia from the rest of the attacks that occurred outside of Novorossiysk. So here's some of those clips. We see this camera person looking into the heavens, I assume. We hear a boom in the distance, and then moving on from that and into our next clip. Oh, what is that? Is that popcorn?
Sounds like small arms fire to me.
Man, it sounds like
a lack
Orville.
of air defense.
Man, it sounds like to me Orville Redenbacher's coming up with a new recipe, and it's called Kick-Ass. Tastes terrible, like it's for at least for the Russians. Oh!
Oh dear. Oh, bliat. Also, Enforcer, I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but I saw the Russian propaganda saying in their channels, in their Telegram channels, that they don't have air defense around some of these targets right here that we're watching videos of, because it was all moved to protect the quote-unquote grandfathers inside of Moscow, meaning they moved it to basically protect Putin and his palaces. That we're seeing that on Telegram channels, by the way. So they're admitting they don't have air defense around a lot of these sensitive targets.
We actually did cover that right in the middle of the Novorossiysk attack, so very keen eye, Matthew, because that is true. They actually did say that. But we can also see some more footage here. We believe that this clip may be from Kursk or Voronezh, but we weren't really able to confirm that yet at that time. But still, the attacks were significant. But moving on over a little bit farther, to get y'all an idea of how significant it was, or at least the amount of drones involved, we did hear that the Kursk air defense was active at some point during this attack. This is specifically from a Russian telegram, and we were able to see that a large number of UAVs from the sea to Crimea And then someone said, tigers see everything. It's like, well, I'd assume, I mean, they're apex predators, so it'd be kind of a little stupid if they didn't see everything. Then they kind of be like the prey. That's a whole technical thing. And also, what is Russia so desperate that they're conscripting Siberian tigers now? That's ridiculous. But anyways, moving on from that, we were able to hear further on down that the Kerch air defense, they're now calling them tigers in this telegram for some reason. I'm not going to lie, that's actually pretty cringe. We're firing at the incoming drones because one of the few areas in Russia that actually has any air defense is the Kerch Bridge. So if the drones are able to skirt by the Kerch Bridge air defense perimeter and make it on into Russia, they're pretty much on the home stretch and are not going to be shot down from that point forward. So it appears that at some point, some of the drones did get near to the Kerch air defense perimeter and were fired at, but we do not know how successful that air defense action was. It most likely was not successful because we saw multiple drones splashing down near Novorossiysk, but not only in Novorossiysk. Holy moly, turn on the TV, folks. They hit Slavyansk and Nakubani. And not only did they hit Slavyansk and Nakubani, they actually hit the major oil refinery within the town that is down here on its southern end. This is the oil refinery in the town. It's one of the largest and most important in the entirety of the southern Russian region. And they hit it again, and this time pretty significantly. It appears that a major fire broke out at the facility on one of the refining towers, or one of the condenser towers, which we were able to see right here.
Oh, damn, buddy. That's a juicy one right there.
Man, Gordon Ramsay's about to be out here saying, all right, we're cooking Russians nice and easy. All right. Something like that. And he's about to start flipping them around, making sure that they're well cooked.
Yeah.
But beyond that,
it's almost like Ukraine decided they woke up this morning, they chose violence, and they said, we're going to take out a large swath of Russia's oil and gas that's currently left. And of course, remember that there was just a major natural gas shutoff going between Russia and Europe that cost Russia 6.5 billion USD, and to translate that to ruble, and that's an insane amount of money right there. They're going to lose that annually because that was cut off, and now they're smacking the refineries once again and taking them offline. The oil industry inside of Russia is coming up to a potential collapse if Ukraine keeps this up.
The Russians are not in for a good time. Matthew, I'd say that it's a pretty dark and slippery time for the Russians, much like the oil that they're losing right now in millions of barrels for the large part by the Ukrainians' work. It's pretty impressive stuff. We were also able to see that today the Ukrainians didn't just limit themselves to the oil industry. What? Y'all think they have like small ambitions or anything? No. They actually hit just about 20 miles away from the refinery in Slavyansk Nakubani, the facility of the 238th Artillery Brigade, the base that the 238th Artillery Brigade is based in, and the 238th has been deployed into Ukraine. So a decent amount of their additional equipment, really repair abilities and such things, are housed at this facility. And the Ukrainians also hit that as well. And you can see the smoke and booms rising from the facility as they've been knocking it out. We don't know how much damage was caused to the 238's base in Krasnodar today, but it does appear that multiple hits were seen on camera, at least 2, so we may be assuming that a decent amount of damage was caused to the logistical forces of the 238th Brigade, and that they may be suffering some decreased efficiency in the long term in the Ukraine war. But now it's time for us to finally, now that we've been on this topic for about 30 minutes, and believe it or not, folks, this is literally just the beginning. We've covered this for 30 minutes now. This is just the start of what Ukraine did today in Krasnodar and around the rest of Russia. So moving on just a little bit north and right across the border from Krasnodar Oblast and into Rostov, we then saw the Ukrainian drones also created major fires in Rostov-on-Don after hitting some significant targets within the area. From what we understand, we believe that 2 factories were hit inside of the area of Rostov-on-Don. Both of them, I believe one of them was some sort of a brick factory pre-war, and another one was some sort of a petroleum liquids sort of a production facility of some kind.
Plastic factory?
Yeah, it was a plastic factory. That's what it was. Both of them were hit, caught on fire, and were completely destroyed in the attack. But we do understand that Ukrainian intelligence was able to say that due to some intelligence gathering abilities that they did not disclose, they were able to confirm that these facilities had actually been converted to wartime production, producing things that were valuable to the Russian war effort. And with this intelligence in mind, and having it completely compiled and having hardcore evidence, they then sent forward the drones to attack both of these factories and destroy them. The Ukrainians did not disclose the exact kind of goods or military goods that were being produced in these factories, but they did claim the factories were completely destroyed, and based off of the size of that fire, we would have to assume that that intelligence is correct.
So isn't that a war crime to like label a place one thing that's for civilian use and then use it for military production?
Oh, no, no, not at all, actually. It's actually a fairly normal thing throughout most wars. When an economy starts to mobilize for wartime production, there usually is just a major shift in a lot of civilian factories beginning to produce wartime goods. That usually isn't really, I guess you could say, publicized to enemy forces, but you can still bomb them, and technically they're military targets, and there is no real war crime being seen there. One of the most one of the most famous conversions ever done for wartime production would be the Ford plant at Dearborn, Michigan during World War II. And let me see if I can go and show a picture of that. And let's see here. Let's see here. Here we go. So this is the Willow Run plant, which I believe, if I remember correctly, let me see here. Dang, this isn't it. But the actual plant, the Dearborn, Michigan plant, I believe was also converted to wartime production as well. But the Willow Run plant was built specifically to produce B-24 strategic bombers, and also a couple of other variants as well. And they were pumping these things out, I think, every hour. So they were producing around 24 strategic bombers a day. So it was a pretty big production ordeal. But beyond that, let me go see if I can find... You know what? No, I don't even have to find examples. Let me go show you the M1 carbine. Which we actually have one of these. I gotta tell you, it's actually a pretty cool gun. But these are carbines. This is kind of the middle ground in between a pistol and a rifle in terms of firepower, at least according to the Department of Ordnance in World War II. And it fired a 30 caliber round. It wasn't a 30-06. It was just 30 caliber. I think it was M1 30 caliber standard or something like that. But beyond that, these little things are pretty neat. But what is interesting about these little carbines isn't really the rifle itself, it's the people who manufactured them. Because in World War II, the need for something that kind of ranged the gap in between a pistol and a rifle was pretty significant. And they wanted to be able to produce something really quickly and really easily that could be put into service within at least less than a year. And so they designed this carbine with that specific purpose. But let me get you all to the manufacturing list. Let's see, production. Here we go. So here are some of the people who produced M1 carbines and converted their factories from their typical jobs into producing carbines. One of them was General Motors. Crazily enough, they actually produced a large amount of them out of the Saginaw Steering Gear Division factory in Saginaw, Michigan. So they converted the factory from producing steering gears for General Motors automobiles to producing M1 carbines. Also, famous company these days, and it's a pretty big one still, International Business Machines, IBM, also produced M1 carbines as well. They completely converted their factory from producing the punch machines for clocking in and clocking out of work, which was one of the big products that IBM produced at the time, and they completely switched over to just producing carbines. They also did that for the Underwood Typewriter Company, which is pretty cool as well, because you got a carbine and it was literally made by a typewriter company that just a couple of years ago was helping you to type out memoirs, and now they were helping you to kick German ass. Pretty cool when you think about that.
I like that. That's the American way right there. I like how they can switch over.
And most importantly, you cannot forget Rockola. Who can forget Rockola? They developed jukeboxes before the war. They were making you dance before the war, and they were making the enemies dance another way during the war. Rockola. Making people dance through one world war at least. But beyond that, this is a great example here of wartime necessities changing domestic production factories into wartime production factories, and literally changing what companies produce from one thing to the other. So that's kind of what the Russians did in this instance. But once again, in the modern day rules of war, which are actually far more stringent, quite obviously, than the World War II rules of war or the rules of engagement, you have to be able to confirm that these factories that you are hitting are in fact military targets and were converted to wartime production. Otherwise, literally everything could be classified as a wartime target. And so with this in mind, the Ukrainians probably had some agents on the ground that were able to confirm that the goods being shipped from the factory were different than those being produced before, which may have been justification enough to assume that they've been converted over to wartime production and then hit the factory and destroy them. So that's what we probably saw happen in Rostov-on-Don. It's very highly likely that that was the case, but still pretty neat. Beyond that, a lot of people have talked about the destruction of these factories, and Ukraine did destroy 2 secret military factories in Rostov-on-Don today. And a lot of people are wondering, is this probably common. And a lot of people are actually saying that it is certainly, without a doubt, a common, tried and true military strategy, pretty much for at least a century at this point, since major industrialized warfare became a thing. But Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so it's pretty much unanimous on this poll right here. It looks like 83% of the audience said yes, it's probably a common tactic to use these normal civilian-based factories as military production facilities. It probably is common, while only 7% said it was special specifically for these two factories. And I would definitely have to agree with the 83%. It probably is very common. Russia is not stupid when it comes to things like this. They do know that these factories are a high-value target for Ukraine to take out when it comes to military production, and to disguise them as civilian places, that would be a huge advantage, and I'm pretty sure that both sides are probably doing that. We do know that the Russians are doing it. We've gotten proof of that today. I'm sure the Ukrainians are probably doing that as well. It simply makes sense. So I'm with the majority. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say that it is a tried and true military strategy, something that we've seen since World War II, something we kind of saw in World War I, but not really, because the deep strike abilities weren't really available during World War I, but they were during World War II. And so since World War II, this has been a common strategy, is to knock out any kind of military manufactories, including ones that have been converted from civilian production to wartime production. But moving on out of Rostov-on-Don and towards Saratov, or specifically the other side of the river, at Ingles, we have been able to see that the fire at Ingles is still burning 3 days later, and it's still eating up that precious fuel that the Russian Federation needs to be able to run those pesky strategic bombers. It just keeps cooking. It's the fire that won't stop burning. The eternal flame of Russia. The last flame, because when this flame extinguishes, the Russian economy and the Russian army will most likely be in a far worse condition than it's ever been so far.
I guess they should probably store this underground from now on instead of right on the surface. But when you really think about it, I think they ought to keep storing it above ground. It's probably wiser.
It's cheaper, Matthew. It's cheaper. That's how we need to market to them. It's cheap. Do it. Keep doing it.
And also, it's just so beautiful to see big old oil barrels on the top of the surface like that. It's just beautiful for the civilians to drive by and see it, you know, to see all their money in liquid oil of some sort. It's just beautiful.
It's liquid gold, as they call it, and I have to say it really does look golden, especially when it's burning like that. I mean, hell, it looks like gold. But moving on from that now to Ingles and on towards Voronezh, we were also able to hear explosions being reported from the Voronezh region. Y'all want to hear them? Of course you want to hear them. Also, I don't know what's up with this area of Voronezh. It's like they tried to copy some part of Britain, like some sort of a housing estate or something like that, it seems. But here's the sounds of the explosions in Voronezh.
Oh, damn. I think Voronezh just had their windows blown out.
Must be morning. I just heard the birds chirping. And then you go outside, it's like, that's a car alarm. And you look out and you just see a giant smoke plume. Oh, you know, it's like, that's the average Russian experience at this point. Also, here's the sound of more explosions happening in the area.
Always just a little small arms fire out there, too. And all that was drones, allegedly?
Some of that was air defense fire, but the bigger booms were apparently drones, from what we know.
That was quite a few drones, actually. It was almost like they were coming in like missiles.
It really almost was, to be entirely honest. And also, here's another clip, just to once again let y'all see the true extent of the Ukrainian drone attack in Voronezh. Check it out. And that's the end of that clip right there, but very nice to hear and good to see that they were able to knock out some more equipment and more war facilities in Voronezh. We don't really know which ones were hit yet. We're still waiting for some news on that. Still waiting for folks to give us a little bit of info on that. But we do know that there were attacks, there were explosions from drones impacting the city, but we do not know the specific extent of the damage just yet. We were also able to hear of explosions in the city of Kursk as well in this clip. Actually, these appear to be duplicates of Voronezh, so I believe that these may have been located to both Kursk and Voronezh, and they may be clips from both cities. So we're we're not going to play those again, and we're actually going to go back now to just to make sure to clarify things. The clips we just saw from Voronezh may be from either Kursk or Voronezh. We did get explosions confirmed and reported in both cities. It just may be that the clips were compiled from both cities, jumbled up, and we're not really sure which city those clips are from individually, but they are both from Kursk and Voronezh. And moving all the way up into the Leningrad Oblast. Which is kind of stupid because they renamed the city to St. Petersburg, but, you know, whatever, I guess. But beyond that, they did hit a major facility in Leningrad. Check it out. Oh,
There's some guy moaning in the background. Oh my god.
Man, Hot Dog Man's back there. Oh! it's like, oh no!
Oh man, they burning my whole city down. Oh man.
Oh man. We see another fire roasting right there.
The spirit of Lenin is upon them.
The battle is going, and Lenin is young again, or he's not. But beyond that, we can also see the fire here as well. And we can see in this last little clip the sound of a drone.
The lawnmower's coming in.
Oh, it revved up. Oh!
Full speed ahead, buddy.
Man, that thing went... And then it just, like, blew up instantly. Dude, that was it going into overdrive right there.
Oh, man, come get that in second gear, buddy.
Dude, that was like Plankton when he was like, not when I shift into maximum overdrive, you know, and then he like went that extra little speed on like the Krabby Patty with the mechanical legs. That was that.
Isn't it just crazy though? Like it was like really, really hot in Russia this evening. Like this is really crazy to see this. Like we've seen the drone attacks obviously over the last couple of months, but the absolute sheer scale of this one was just absurd actually. Like it was huge.
Man, it was a significant strike, and there was major damage to be reported literally from tip to stern of Russia, from north to south. Pretty much everywhere that counted in Western Russia got hit today by some sort of a drone attack, and damage was significant. And I gotta say that it was one hell of a day for that reason alone. We were absolutely stoked to get on air and report this to all of y'all, because it does appear that even Russian military bloggers are believing that Chad is cooked and this is it, and Russia is going to be going down the tubes. So we are very happy to see that. We, as a matter of fact, love to see that. The real damage, long-lasting damage. And it does appear
You know something else, Enforcer? If you notice, the bots are flooding in like crazy tonight. That's the first time actually, I think in a month or two, the bots have flooded in quite like this. When that happens, that is a telltale sign that it's not going good inside of Russia. That's when they deploy the bot farms like crazy. That's why you're seeing so many bots getting banned tonight, is because they are seething. Like they are actually panicking.
Man, do you know what we have to say in response to that? Seethe plus cope plus L plus ratio plus get bent, you know, like a whole bunch of other things. It's like there's nothing that can bring Russia back from this. It was a very significant attack. Major damage was caused, and the Russians do weep greatly because of this attack. They send the bots out to strike out in anger, but there's nothing more that bots can do rather than just run their mouths. Also, I like, Matthew, how they do not really have a grasp on the English language. Like that one said, "No funny ass." Like it's like, yeah. What does that mean? Like, what does that even mean? Like, it doesn't even have proper punctuation or grammar or anything like that. It's just like, it's like he went to the restaurant. He was like, "I'll have a hamburger, no funny ass." And they were like, "Okay." And then they like gave him a burger with no funny ass. I don't know what the hell that meant.
He was trying to say in the broken English, "It's not funny, save my ass."
Maybe, like maybe. I mean, that's probably what he was going for. And speaking of, no, it's not funny, save my ass. The Russians are not having a fun time right now in the Baltic Sea near to the German island of Rügen, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, because we were able to see that a Russian tanker today went adrift. I want to show you the little animation here where it's just sailing on its way, and then it goes, and then it just starts drifting.
I just turned into a dot there for a second.
Yeah, it was so immobile, it just turned into dot. But this thing is adrift right now, the Eventon. And let me go find y'all the Eventon, so that way I can show y'all what kind of a vessel this is. The Eventon ship.
If it's a ghost Shadow Fleet vessel, it's probably just a tin can junker, I would imagine. I can already visualize it before seeing it.
Oh no. Oh no, you're gonna be shocked on this one, man. This thing's huge, actually. Here it is.
Oh, damn. That thing's actually pretty large. Although, is this a modern picture of it? Because I saw a picture earlier and it was like kind of rusted over.
Um, it may be rusted over, but this thing carries 90,000 tons of crude oil. It's a very large vessel. I mean, this one's huge. Maybe that's a better picture.
Damn. Yeah, I think that might be the picture I saw earlier. That is huge, actually.
Yeah, this vessel is massive, and it went adrift in the middle of the area of the southern Baltic. Why did it go adrift? That's a great question. We don't really know. I want to make that clear, but we know. Like, we don't know, but we know. Like, the only thing that leads a vessel to go adrift like this, like, you would have to be a clown to not know it. And that's why I'm saying we don't know, because there's no official investigation or official answer as to why, but anyone with eyes could see what happened. The propulsion went out. Because the only reason a vessel goes adrift is because the propulsion has gone out. So that is what happened here. You can see that it was pretty much steaming along at its normal speed, and then it just stopped. I mean, you can see that some rudder action was put in here, but then the vessel went adrift and was being carried by the current at this point southbound towards the German coastline. That appears to be what largely happened. Now, if Walter A. Lakota, which I just saw is in the chat right now, wants to contradict me on that, he's the in-house expert. He is the maritime expert. He's a merchant marine. So if he knows more than me and he's like, I'm wrong, then I'm most likely wrong. But from what I understand, this was a complete failure of propulsion, most likely a critical engine failure where both engines may have gone out due to some sort of a mechanical failure. And that's why the vessel is currently adrift. It is still something that is incredibly concerning, because these aren't the little Volganefs of the Black Sea that went down that did cause a decent ecological disaster. But this thing is far larger. The Volganefs carried each about 15,000 tons of crude oil, which sounds like a lot, but when you consider that this one vessel is carrying 90,000 tons of crude oil, it really puts it into perspective that this thing is about the equivalent of 6 Volganefs in one single ship. If this thing somehow bursts open due to some sort of a critical hull failure, that means that this vessel is going to be spilling out about 6 Volganefs worth of oil into the southern Baltic, which would be a major ecological disaster of untold proportions so far in the war.
You don't think they're trying to set something like that up, do you? Like maybe they set it adrift? I mean, I saw someone mentioning that in the chat. Maybe they set the thing adrift to set the stage for something like that. Me personally, I would tend to think they probably wouldn't do that, because I don't think they intentionally caused an oil spill that would actually washed up on Russia's shores. I don't think they would intentionally do that, but maybe they might do it in the Baltic. I don't know, but I would still say that might be a very, very remote possibility.
Well, I'd have to say, Matty, I think the truth is that this may be another act of Russian incompetence. I don't think this was an act of deliverance here, because the Russians want to make money. And the only way that they can really make money off of their oil at this point is through these ghost ships. This is actually one of them in the ghost fleet, one of the larger ones, as a matter of fact, from what we know. And also, it's not 90,000 tons, it's actually 99,000 tons. So about an extra Volganef tacked on top of the number I was telling y'all. But what I'm thinking happened is that due to a lack of maintenance, most likely within the engine bay of the ship, the engines may have run out of oil, began to overheat, and then shut down because of overheating. That usually, I believe, is what is the cause to most maritime engine failures in the modern world. And when the engines overheated, they may have seized up completely, and now the vessel is adrift without power. And a vessel adrift without power is a danger. Whether it was through incompetence or deliverance, this thing could burst open if it hits the shore and hits some sort of a rock, and could begin to, well, it hits some sort of a shoal, even a rocky shoal in the area, could burst open the bottom of the vessel, punching through the double hull, and then, or even the triple hull if it has one, I'm doubting that, and then start seeping out all of the 99,000 tons of oil into the southern Baltic, specifically into an area that may not have strong currents. And let's see here.
Also, by the way, Enforcer, did you mention where the tugboat came from that came to rescue it? Was it a Russian tugboat or is it someone else's? Did you mention that?
It came from Germany. It actually came from Germany, from what we understand. And there is a tug that has been sent out to help it. And also, Walter A. Lakota, thank you for sharing that, because Walter A. Lakota has said it's probably because it can't pass the strait by Denmark, or it may be an engine failure, much like I'm saying. I think it is an engine failure, because I forgot to add in the fact and I'll just read all of this so that way we can make sure to get all of the facts and I'm not forgetting any of them. The Panamanian-flagged tanker Everton, which is, by the way, a part of the Russian Shadow Fleet, with approximately 99,000 tons of oil on board, has lost control and is drifting in the Baltic Sea near the German island of Rügen. The tanker was built in 2006, meaning that it's relatively new by maritime standards, and is on the list of Russian Shadow Fleet vessels compiled by Greenpeace. It was on its way from Ust-Luga port in Russia to Port Said in Egypt. The reason for the loss of control is still unknown. We're assuming engine failure. According to the publication, Bremen fighter emergency tugs, tug, and the Arkona multi-purpose vessel were sent to the tanker due to the threat of a storm. So it does appear, at least according to the additional information that we have, the vessel is adrift, and vessels have been sent out, a tug and also a multi-purpose vessel, to try and at least pull the vessel possibly to a safe harbor somewhere within the area to be able to weather the incoming storm. That seems to be the case that we're hearing right now, but this is a significant concern. Of course, a ship going adrift like that of that size could result in complete disaster in this area, and is once again showing the ailing state of even newer and larger vessels that comprise the Russian Shadow Fleet, completely lacking maintenance, completely lacking competent crews, but nevertheless facing the dangers of the open sea with hazardous cargo to try and continue to fund this illegal war that the Russian Federation is waging inside of Ukraine. A really wild thing when you think about it.
It would seem like maybe some authority would try to go out there to the vessel and try to board it for a safety check or something like that, or use some pretext like that to actually get on board and check and make sure things are above board, basically, to see if the Russians are planning something horrific. Also, by the way, I'm doing some looking here. People are saying that something has happened to the vessel in the meantime that we are not reporting right now. So let me do some research here and figure out if something else has happened to the Everton, because it looks like maybe something has gone down with it. So I'm trying to do a quick check on Twitter to find out.
And so we will see indeed. And also, let's see. Alexander Neff said that thing is going to the bottom if it rains. Maybe it might. Let's see. Bruco said, I heard 3 tankers spills so far. Yes, those all 3 actually happened near to the Kursk Strait. It was Volganev 219, 235, and then another Volganev, I believe in the 220 series. That in the 220 series one sank somewhere near the town of Kuchugari, right here, just literally right off the coast. And then the other Volganevs actually broke up just south of the oil loading platform here at Taman. One of the vessels actually had pretty much the stern half wash up on shore right about here. So yes, there have been 3 so far. All of them were pretty much the same class of vessel, all in the same area around the Kerch Strait. And also, we have also heard from Walter Lakota, the maritime expert here on the channel, that that its main engine trouble, which caused it to lose power, hence how come the ship is diverted to where it is. So it does appear that it is an engine failure, according to our in-house naval expert, Walter Lakota. So big thanks to Walter for that, and it does appear that the story is accurate, that there was some sort of a critical engine failure, and that's what we're dealing with right now. Still insane that a major ship like this would have an engine failure out of the blue like that. Rarely really happens out there, at least from what we know based off of the amount of maritime news we hear, which isn't much, but still, it's some. Also, by the way, to show y'all where it came from the town of Ust-Luga, which is right outside of St. Petersburg. And let me go see if I can find it. There it is. I'm blind. Here's Ust-Luga, but here's the oil loading facility at Ust-Luga. This is it right here. So the ship pulled up alongside the harbor. You can see a load of oil vessels here already. It loaded up with oil, and then it set sail from Ust-Luga through the Baltic, and then it went and had the engine breakdown here. If it was able to continue on its normal path, it would have made it through the Denmark Strait into the North Sea, possibly through the Channel, or maybe it would go around the United Kingdom, although the shortest path is usually the most preferable. So it would have passed through the Channel, around the Bay of Biscay, into the Strait of Gibraltar, through the Mediterranean, and then to Port Said, which is right at the mouth of the Suez Canal. As a matter of fact, its channel, which makes up its harbor here, actually passes directly into the Suez Canal to the south, where the ship could then transit through the Suez and into the Red Sea. Although, considering that this is a Russian vessel, it most likely would have unloaded, turned around, and then went straight back from Port Said and back up to Ust-Luga to return to refuel and then send out another contract. So let's see here. And also, Walter A. Lakota is confirming the story entirely. It most likely is that the engine failure happened from deferred maintenance, which is something that we already stay on stream. So Walter A. Lakota is backing on that story entirely, and I got to give you a huge thanks for that. And I'm very happy to hear that I got most of that story correct. But Matthew, have you heard of any additional mishaps with the vessel that we're talking about here, the Everton, in the meantime, since we heard the story earlier today?
Okay, so I was doing some looking here because I was tipped off by a viewer that something might have happened to it. The only place I'm seeing something being reported that we have not caught on to just yet is apparently from United 24 Media, and it looks like they made a post on Telegram at about 4 p.m. today claiming that the Everton, carrying approximately 99,000 tons of oil, allegedly sunk off the coast of Germany near the island of Rügen. But they say here in their post that it's under investigation and it lost control. But I'm not really seeing any other corroboration of that, saying that the vessel has sunk. So take that with a grain of salt. That is being reported apparently by United 24 Media that it has sunk, but I've not gotten confirmation of that outside of that one source.
I would have to say that that's, I'm going to have to just be honest, that's fake news, because if a vessel carrying 99,000 tons of oil had sank, that would be making world news right now. Even with the LA fire going on, that would make world news. Because, like, we don't think when the Volganefs went down, which were only carrying 15,000 tons apiece, just the first two that went down that were only carrying 30,000, that made world news. So a 99,000 tons worth of oil being lost on a single ship of that size would be making news. Also, another thing that made world news when it happened was the sinking of the El Faro, which was a vessel of similar size. It was a container ship, but of similar size that went down, I believe, near to the Bahamas somewhere during Hurricane Irene, I believe, back in 2018. And that made world news when that happened. So it sounds as though to me that United 24 just made up a story, because if a ship that size carrying that kind of cargo went down, it would create an ecological disaster that would have made world news. And we have not heard anything of the ship sinking. We haven't gotten any video or picture evidence showing a major oil slick in the area, and we also haven't heard of any disruptions to maritime activity either. So from what I'm assuming and what we're gathering from this, that sounds like it did not sink. It sounds as though the story published by Anton Gerashenko is the correct one, and the Germans are currently pulling the vessel to safe harbor somewhere right now, considering the incoming storm and the fact that the ship is listless due to a lack of power. But with that,
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that. I think it would be widespread reported at this point if it did sink, and it would definitely be on German media, considering a German tugboat is involved with the situation. They'd definitely be typing something up about it right now. So that must be a false story. So we're going to have to ignore that one.
And so with that, we are going to be moving on from United 24's story. Not really the journalistic excellence we have known United 24 for, but moving on from that, it is time for us to start spinning back around, and actually outside of Ukraine for a minute before we get on into the actual frontline news, which is gripping in its own sense today. It is time for us to actually move on over to China, because there's been a lot going on right now near Yemen and Guangzhou, just off the coast of Taiwan and on the Chinese mainland. Something that's actually wildly concerning and starting to change the strategic picture in the area significantly. But before we get to that, I do want to make sure to take a quick moment to address some questions that y'all have had. So what do we got, Matthew, while I hiccup there live on air?
All right, so moving into our first super chat segment of the night, we have a very generous $100 donation from none other than Denis Davidov. And actually, a lot of you actually know Denis Davidov, and thank you very much, Denis, for stopping by and also throwing in that massive support as well. It's good to have you here, and also thank you very much for supporting us. And he said, hell yeah, in response to those drone attacks today.
And hell yeah! And I gotta say, huge thanks to you so much once again, Denis Davidov, for throwing in the support and helping this channel to keep on running. A massive channel in the category itself. And I gotta thank you so much for enjoying the channel and massively supporting this one and helping it to keep on running, because crazily enough, folks like you are actually helping to make this channel possible and help to keep it running thanks to your support. And it's great to know that we've been able to make it to this day, the 10th of January of 2025, pretty much counting down the days nearly at this point, a month from now, to the fourth year, the beginning of the fourth year of the war, and we're still here and still able to cover the major news and the major events that have happened around the world. Absolutely incredible stuff, and it's really cool to know that everyone has been united together so far and being able to cover these major news stories and get them out to the entirety of the world. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. Absolutely amazing, and we are massively appreciative of your enjoyment of the channel and your support. And so with that, thank you so much once again. again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to none other than the Gunfox621, who's also another channel legend. And thank you very much, Gunfox, for that very generous $50 support. And he has a day in history for us. And also, he had a picture on Twitter, by the way. I need to forward that over to you, Enforcer. But Gunfox said 16th of January, 2003, STS-107, the final flight of the Space Shuttle Columbia with the commander Rick D. And also, they said husband and pilot William C. McCool, David M. Brown, and also Kalpana Chawla. Hopefully I'm saying that name properly. They said Michael P. Anderson, Laurel B. Clark, and Ian Ramon, and Columbia would break up over Texas and in memory of STS-107.
And that's incredibly unfortunate to hear that that did happen around this time in history. But I do have to thank you so much for the support, Gunfox61, and sharing that with us. Because the Columbia disaster was one that started to reshape, let me see here. Let me make sure that I can get it here for all of y'all. The Space Shuttle Columbia disaster was a disaster that would reshape the Space Shuttle program and largely see that it was eventually making its way to retirement. Many people may know, and this is something that's really cool about the Space Shuttle, is that it was the first reusable space vehicle ever produced in history. Every single time the shuttle was sent on a mission, it would be returned largely like a plane, go through a minimal inspection, and then they'd plop it right back onto another booster, and then they'd launch it again onto another mission. This made the Space Shuttle fairly affordable to use, well within NASA's budget. But however, the Columbia and the Challenger disasters started to change that a lot. The Challenger disasters really had a lot more with the inspection, really dealt with a lot more of the pre-flight inspections and making sure that things were properly aligned before launch, such as the O-rings inside the solid boosters on the Space Shuttle's launch system. But the Columbia disaster really made the future of the Space Shuttle program jeopardized to the point that it was eventually retired in 2011. The reason why is because Columbia actually had a failure due to the loss of a tile on board, one of the heat tiles. You can actually see the Space Shuttle Columbia right here, and from what we understand, this is the area that was damaged. Apparently there was some sort of an ice chunk or something like that that fell onto this area, and it ended up hitting one of the heat-resistant tiles and knocking it off of the shuttle. After this, and considering the fact that NASA also wasn't really sure whether the tile was knocked off before the launch or during the launch, and of course the loss of crew and the actual vessel was very significant. Actually, I forgot correction here. Here's the actual correction, because I just noticed that there was actually two circles. The ice chunk fell off of this support here and then smacked onto the leading edge wing slat onto the left side of the shuttle down here and knocked off that heat tile. But beyond that, after the Columbia disaster, NASA had to completely change their safety regulations about the shuttle, and so before every launch, the shuttles had to be practically disassembled and reassembled each time before the launch could occur. And as many of you all know, disassembling a shuttle that is made up of millions of separate individual parts and then largely reassembling it before every launch is an extremely tedious and also very expensive sort of an endeavor. And so for this reason, a lot of the STS missions after that were reduced in number significantly until its retirement in 2011, because the cost of launching a shuttle at this point was becoming entirely uneconomical for NASA's budget. That's why they ended up retiring the Space Shuttle in 2011, but beyond that, this is something, let's see, someone said, "Are you serious, man? The Space Shuttle was the most expensive launch of space vehicles ever built." After the Columbia disaster. Beforehand, it was actually fairly affordable to be able to launch these things. But beyond that...
also, Gunfox said it was foam and not ice.
Really?
Yes, that's what he says.
I always heard that it was a chunk of ice. That's how I always heard the story, even when they said it. But then again, some of our history teachers in school didn't know anything. But I remember hearing from the story in school that it was actually a chunk of ice that had built up on the outside of the booster because it was sitting on the pad for so long in cold conditions. And when it launched, it shook the ice off and it hit the leading edge wing slat. Apparently, I'm mistaken, though. Apparently, it was a piece of foam. But nevertheless, the disassembly and reassembly of the shuttle before every launch made it financially infeasible, and that's why they started to move towards the retirement of the Space Shuttle, although its lifespan was actually expected to be a little bit longer than when they retired it. But still, a very interesting part of space exploration history, and that actually saw us, after the Space Shuttle, return back to largely crew capsules. I guess the best one that could be given as an example these days in the United States is the Falcon 9, which is usually the rocket nowadays used by NASA to be able to send astronauts to the ISS. For a while there, after the retirement of the space shuttle, though, there was actually no alternative for astronauts to be able to make it to space from the United States to the ISS, so we would actually contract with the Russians to send them up on a Soyuz, which are these capsules here. And if you know anything about the Soyuz, the Soyuz is probably one of the most questionable or deadly capsules that's ever been used outside of the space shuttle. The space shuttle killed, I think, around 14 people in the Columbia and Challenger disasters, but the Soyuz, I believe, has killed about 6 people or so, if I'm remembering correctly. But those were mostly in the earlier missions of the Soyuz program. Beyond that, it's actually a pretty rugged and reliable spacecraft. It's just that it's also poorly designed in some features, and also in some other aspects, it is very sparse, or Spartan more so, because of, it being Russian and they don't really have any money. But beyond that, still, I hope that does address that fairly well. A massive thanks to you so much once again for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running Gunfox61 and throwing in such an interesting day in history. Because it is something interesting to note that major disasters like that happened that were, while tragic, also changed the way space exploration and space travel largely worked well on into the future. But still, a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news.
All right, and our last one of the segment goes to none other than Barry Woodward, who's also been a longtime channel legend and throws in the largest super chat of the night, a $111 donation, a nice even 111, and that's actually not even an even number, that's an odd number, but maths, But thank you very much, Barry, for that support. He said, LSA is worldwide, and one team cannot be stopped, and peace, freedom, and earth.
And thank you so much for the massive support, Barry Woodward. Dang, I don't know what's
up. You were laughing for a minute. I didn't know what was up with that.
Man, I was trying to stifle the cough, and then it came out almost as a laugh. I was like, dang, that sounds almost like a laugh right there. But beyond that, I thank you so much for the support, Barry Woodward, and thank you so much for saying that the Lee Spring Army is a worldwide team. It really is. We have people watching from every corner of the world, from Australia to New Zealand to the United States of America to Canada to Mexico, the UK, France, Germany, Poland. What's even crazier is that we actually have some Russian viewers, a very small number, but we do have a few that actually are a part of the LSA as well and are in support of American and Western interests around the entirety of the globe. And it's absolutely wonderful to know, Barry Woodward, that you're one of those folks that have been a part of the Lee Spring Army for such a long time. And it's really crazy to think how much time the Lee Spring Army has existed. In internet terms, a week is a long time. Some people rise to fame and fall out of fame on the internet in less than a week, sometimes even less than that, maybe just a couple of days. So the fact that the Lee Spring Army has existed at this point for nearly 3 years, it'll be celebrating its 3rd anniversary here in the middle of March, coming up very soon. It's crazy to think that the Lee Spring Army has lasted that long and has had such a major impact in multiple different areas of the world, especially in the Ukraine war, where the Lee Spring Army was formed and really grew out of. It's a wonderful thing to think about the legacy of the channel, the battles that it's fought, the things that it's done, the accomplishments it's achieved, because that was all every single one of y'all from start to finish. And it's really just a wild thing to think back about that retrospectively, and to be honored to actually be in the position to be the head of the channel along with Matthew, and to be able to tell all of y'all the news and also pretty much guide this community, not leading it, but more so guiding it from the side to do all the great things that it's done so far. It's a truly amazing thing, and I gotta say a big thanks to everyone who's in the Lee Spring Army for being who y'all are. No different, nonetheless, and remaining apolitical and remaining pro-American and pro-Western at heart. It's a wonderful thing to know that everyone in the Lee Spring Army shares those kinds of common values, and it's great to know that, Barry Woodward, you're one of those folks, and you're helping us to make sure that the war chest is full here in the Lee Spring Army headquarters, so that way we can continue to run this channel under the same core tenets that have defined the Lee Spring Army for nearly 3 years now, and will define it well on into the future, well beyond 3 years. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again, and of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, it's now time for us to move on into the rest of the breaking news that we have tonight. And moving on on into China, specifically into Fujian, and into the area of not Zhonghua, that's China, Zhongzhou and Guangzhou, which are two major cities along the coastline. We were able to see that large amounts of satellite and picture evidence came out today that is showing a very concerning sight. And these sites are ones that we did not actually expect until recently. And so let me show you all some of the pictures that we have. This is an amphibious landing barge. These things are not that big. You can actually see a tug next door, and it's not really that large of an amphibious landing barge. It's not like a major amphibious landing ship or an LHD or anything along those lines. Nothing like that. It's just a barge. But they're building these in fairly large numbers from what we can tell. We even were able to see more of them in other satellite pictures here that are of a very sizable proportion. This one even has a rampart, or really a gantry, which we'll talk about here in a second. But these barges are a bit concerning because we have been seeing in U.S. intelligence reports that we have clearly known and clearly have seen by satellite footage that the Chinese are building a large amount of amphibious support ships that their specific purpose is to be able to support amphibious landing of Taiwan. Those are the only ships that we saw being built. There were smaller ones, but generally the larger amphibious assault ships were the big ones that we were paying attention to. And based off of current construction rates and the ability for the Chinese to support an invasion fleet of Taiwan based off of those ships alone, it appeared that the People's Liberation Army Navy was going to be ready for an amphibious invasion of Taiwan by late 2020 or the early 2030s. However, satellite pictures are beginning to show that they're rapidly augmenting and expanding their amphibious landing abilities by producing these smaller barges. These barges are largely unarmed, and if they are armed, they're going to have an incredibly small armament, most likely of guns pretty much fired by the naked eye. It's not going to be any form of vertical launch cells or any form of a larger gun on board these things. These things are going to be scantily equipped in terms of firepower, but these things will be able to pretty much carry the entire Chinese military that will be needed for the landing across the strait and to Taiwan to be able to drop them off right on the beaches. This barge is a fairly mundane one, actually, compared to the ones that we see in the second satellite picture here, and we actually were able to see that H.I. Sutton today put out an infographic showing exactly how this form of a vessel would work. How the larger vessel, the larger barge here is going to work is that the People's Liberation Army armored vehicles, APZs and such things, will be loaded onto this barge. The barge will then be escorted in a convoy. A lot of people have been saying these things mean nothing because they can be easily shot at and destroyed. That's not the case. An unarmed transport never goes without an escort. These things would be escorted across the strait by armed destroyers and frigates that would provide the anti-ship and air support needed to be able to get these things across the strait, and then they would make it up to the beaches. If these vessels make it up to the beaches, there's actually a significant amount of defenses that Taiwan naturally has built over the decades that would largely see that a Chinese amphibious landing would be very challenging, if not impossible. And I'm actually going to show you all this right here.
Wow, a ton of rocks.
This is not just any rock. If we move down the beach a little bit, you can actually see that some of them are specifically designed concrete teeth that are meant to stop armored and amphibious vehicles from being able to travel over the levee and inland. It makes it a little bit more difficult, at least within specific areas of the beach, for them to be able to do that. Not only that, but at low tide, which is what we're seeing right now, the actual beach is hundreds of yards long, made up of wet sand. It would be impossible for an armored vehicle to be able to cross this. That's why the Chinese are building these flat-bottomed barges. When the high tide exists, these vessels will be able to go straight up to this wall, and they will not drop off the tanks on the other side of the wall. They actually have the gantry. The gantry will lower to sit directly on top of this concrete levee right here. And once that gantry, the exit, is sitting on top of this levee, the armored vehicles will be able to then move across the gantry onto the mainland, straight over on the other side of the levee, and directly into mainland Taiwan without actually having to deal with the major defensive structures that have been set up right here. That would make it very difficult for an armored vehicle to do that. These barges are pretty much going to allow them to bypass that. And this means that if the Chinese did conduct an amphibious landing, the containment of PLA landing forces would be a lot more difficult, considering that they would not have to pull in special combat engineers to remove these teeth, or for that matter, blow a hole through the levee so that way the armored vehicles could easily move through. None of that would be a concern.
But even with the Chinese building these vessels, which are purposely built to actually go past Taiwan's natural defenses and also those man-made defenses they've added to the shore and the beach right here, wouldn't that basically be like a fish in a barrel shoot for the Taiwanese? Because they're going to be basically exposed. And if the Taiwanese have defenses already ready to go along the shoreline, it's going to be like D-Day, but with military vehicles instead. It's going to be just a crapshoot.
Not really, because the Chinese would most likely precede this action with a large air campaign meant to greatly decrease the fighting abilities of the Taiwanese armed forces before they ever made landfall. They would never just send the Navy to drop people off in the middle of Taiwan with the military being completely unaffected by air power. That's why the Chinese at the same time have also been greatly increasing their multi-role abilities for the Chinese Air Force, because it would be vital for them to be able to deal devastating blows to the Republic of China's armed forces before they ever conducted an amphibious landing. So by the time that these ships would be lowering their gantries on top of these levees and allowing these armed vehicles to disembark, the Taiwanese armed forces would be in a very difficult condition. At that point in a hypothetical conflict, it would be assumed that China largely has air superiority over the island of Taiwan, or has been able to deal a significant blow to the anti-ship and anti-armor abilities of the Republic of China's armed forces. And with that in mind, that means that once this invading force lands and crosses that levee, Taiwan is going to have an incredibly difficult time trying to contain them. That's, of course, going off of a perfect landing strategy. And that's saying that that the Communist Chinese did everything perfectly by the book. The Taiwanese would have a wildly difficult time dealing with them at that point. And that's what's really concerning about these vessels, is that not only are they massively increasing the ability that China has in the near future to be able to conduct this landing, but it also inherently has within the ship's designs the ability to overcome Taiwan's man-made defenses along the beaches, literally as soon as they make landfall.
So, what would be the best way for Taiwan to defend against this invasion? Now that we have satellite proof that they are building these specialized barges that can actually go and sort of get over their defenses to an extent, what would be the way to go? Would Taiwan need to try to take out China's initial air defense runs, or your air offensive runs, actually, on the coastal defenses? Would that be the key, or what would be the key thing for Taiwan to do first?
The key thing for Taiwan to do would be to have an insane amount of air defense. If they have an insane amount of air defense, they're really able to deal with this threat indefinitely. But I'm not just talking about launchers, I'm talking about missiles. They have to have an insanely high number of launchers, and they also have to have an even much higher number of missiles, because in that kind of a hypothetical scenario, it would easily be practical that Taiwan could be cut off from the outside world if the United States did not support it, and even if the United States did support it, it would take some time for the United States to break the blockade around Taiwan, and that means that they would be completely isolated during that time. And during the outset of this war, considering that China doesn't have a actual land border with Taiwan, they would be conducting an air campaign, launching a large amount of ballistic and cruise missiles, and also conducting a large amount of air activity to be able to try and knock out the island's defenses before they landed there. This means if the Taiwanese had a large amount of air defense, they would be able to shoot down the cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. They would also be able to interdict any sort of enemy aircraft missions into their airspace, largely making those ineffectual unless if the Chinese had a large amount of anti-guided radiation missiles, which could be the case. Then you would have to see that there would also be a bolstering of the Republic of China's Air Force to be able to deal with the Chinese air threat, so that way they wouldn't be able to pretty much shut down all of the air defense radars on the ground by using seed missions. So really, the best thing to explain: large amount of air defense, large amount of air defense missiles, and also a slightly increased air force for Taiwan. It doesn't have to be incredibly big because they're not covering a large area. Even outside of Taiwan, the actual amount of maritime area that they're covering is still relatively small. It just has to be slightly larger. They need more air-to-air missiles, and they need more surface-to-air defense missiles as well, and a significantly larger amount of launchers. With all of that in mind, they would largely be able to stop the Chinese from softening up Taiwan enough to where the Navy and an amphibious landing force would be of a major concern. Because as long as they protect their anti-ship batteries, the Chinese would never really be able to approach the island. Because even still, like, this is the crazy thing about modern naval warfare, even still, for the Chinese to destroy the anti-ship batteries, those Chinese naval vessels, just speaking about them on their end, would have to be able to fire some form of a cruise missile at those anti-ship batteries to be able to hit them from a significant enough range to where they're not at threat. And if the Taiwanese have a significant enough amount of anti-air batteries, they're able to detect those incoming missiles on radar and destroy them before they can hit the anti-ship batteries. Basically,
I think I think the only problem with the idea there, and I would tend to agree, that seems to be the best thing to do, I would say. But I think the problem is you're assuming they're going to use conventional aircraft to conduct these runs on the coastal defenses. I think that's your underlying assumption. And I think China might end up using a mass swarm of drones to actually go in and take out those coastal defenses if they take that as a first step, which would be logical for them to do that. Because, like you said, in order for them to get the barges up there, they have to actually take those defenses out. So if they used a large amount of attack drones, like we've seen being used in every other conflict around the world right now, that would probably outnumber any air defense that Taiwan could put on their borders if China launched them in large enough numbers. So that might be a bit of a problem.
That's a good point. To mitigate that, the tuberculosis. But to mitigate that, then you just add another extra thing to what Taiwan needs: the most advanced electronic warfare systems available right now in the world. Because we've seen that the Ukrainians have such advanced electronic warfare systems. We don't know what kind they've been provided, but they're advanced enough that when they flip them on in the war in Ukraine, like the beginning of the second Kursk offensive, the Russians were not able to operate anything, not just drones, but most other systems that operate on the electromagnetic spectrum. So if they have a large array of electronic warfare systems, air defense systems, and a slightly larger air force, they should be able to deal with the threat significantly well on into the future. They just pretty much have to create a shield in their skies that's impenetrable, kind of like Israel has done, to be able to deal with the situation well on into the future. Because if they're able to defend their skies, there will never be an amphibious invasion for the army to really be concerned about at that point.
Yeah, it would seem like maybe like an Iron Dome style system. I know that's cliche at this point. Everybody wants, a quote unquote Iron Dome, just like Israel, but a really, really strong air defense network like that has a really high success rate would be a good way to go. But even with like the Iron Dome in Israel, it can be overwhelmed. And of course, the proxy forces in the Middle East that are Iranian proxy forces, they're using really inexpensive and really, honestly, low tech drones to try to overwhelm the system. China would have much more high tech drones that could maybe evade some of those electronic warfare measures. So if they launch a large amount of drones that are really advanced drones that could evade it, Taiwan might have a very, very hard time defending against that. It could be a hard time even with an Iron Dome system and also with electronic warfare as well.
Possibly so, but a lot of people are talking right now about China being spotted building this invasion fleet in the area of Yemen, Zhongguo, and Guangzhou. And a lot of people are wondering, is this a crucial step leading to invasion? It seems as though a lot of people are believing that that is the case. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so it looks like 64% of the audience said China is actually speeding up its Taiwan invasion ahead of schedule, while 17% is saying that China will invade in a few years, and only 14% said China is bluffing with this move. And I would say, considering that we have satellite evidence now, they are building the specialized barge fleet, that is probably not a bluff. I tend to believe they're not doing that to bluff the incoming U.S. administration into believing that they might actually attack Taiwan. I think they're actually going to do it. And it appears to be that all the U.S. military leadership believe it's going to happen around 2027. And based on the speed in which they're building these barges, I would actually tend to believe they are trying to speed it up a little bit. For whatever reason, they've decided it's time to go ahead and basically put the accelerator on the issue. And it looks like they're going to speed this up maybe perhaps even a year early, or maybe even 2 years early. So once again, we don't know the time frame exactly. That's the question that everybody needs to get answered. And we probably won't have the answer until much later on. But Enforcer, what say you?
Building a significant fleet of amphibious landing barges like this is certainly showing that an invasion must be imminent, because the People's Liberation Army Navy's doctrine is revolving specifically around a island invasion at this point. So it is clearly showing us that an invasion, at least as far as China is diplomatically concerned, is imminent. With this in mind, we do have to make sure that the United States prepares Taiwan as significantly as possible for this incoming invasion, strengthening their electronic warfare, air defense, and air force to a point that the Chinese would never be able to really crack the egg, the best way to put it, to where they could actually send in a amphibious landing force to where these ships come of any use. Right now, I do have to make this clear because we didn't mention this. Taiwan's anti-ship abilities are actually some of the best in the world right now. They have some of the most advanced anti-ship missiles available in the world. They actually developed them themselves. They're called the Husung Feng 3, which means brave wind in Chinese. And these anti-ship missiles travel at multiple Mach speed along the surface of the water directly to their target. They are pretty much largely it's pretty impossible to defend against them at this point, from what we understand, because they travel at such a high speed. Most Chinese surface-to-air missiles would be pretty hard pressed to actually be able to land an effective proxy detonation near them. So at this point, the anti-ship defenses are as strong as they can get, but the air defense is what is of the greatest concern, because if the air defense gets knocked out, the Kusenfing 3s could easily be destroyed by the Chinese Air Force or missile forces, or the rocket forces as they're technically called, on land batteries. So we need to make sure that Taiwan is strongly defended enough against drones and other kinds of air and missile targets to where the Chinese can never whittle down their anti-ship abilities to where an amphibious landing would be possible. But with that, I hope we addressed that fairly well, because crazily enough, it's already 10:40 our time. It means it's 11:40 Eastern time, and we still have loads more news to cover, and there's a lot. So we're going to be speeding it up a little bit, but we're still going to be making sure to get you all the big news points of the day. We were able to see the coalition forces, the United States, the UK, and apparently Yemen, not Yemen, sorry, Israel, were conducting airstrikes in Sanaa today within western Yemen. Man, do you hear that explosion? Dang, look at that. Man, the coalition is working hard down there. Moving on from that and into the United States, we were able to hear that the United States has announced a $25 million bounty on Nicolas Maduro's head as he will soon become president. I hear that many people are...
Look at that gear. Look at, do you see that meme?
Yeah, I
right
saw
there?
it.
Look at
He was eating a bowl of popcorn. Dude, that's great.
That's what I'm thinking too, man. Really. Also, I had heard that Maduro had kidnapped somebody yesterday. Apparently, the opposition leader, apparently he had kidnapped them, and that's apparently why the U.S. has ramped up that bounty and basically said, let's go get him right now, because he's really going ham right now.
You know, that would be a nice way to fund the channel, Matthews. If we just got a band of people together and we went down there and we got them for the FBI. You know, that would be a way that we could make sure to keep the Lee Spring Army running. Not that we would do that. I'm just kidding around about that. But moving on from that and into the area of Los Angeles really quickly, just to make sure that we can make all the dots connect together for what we're about to cover down in Texas. But we were able to hear that the police today are now investigating that other fires that have been caused, rather than the Kenneth fire, possibly the Palisades and Eden fires, may have been acts of savvy arsonists deliberately targeting affluent neighborhoods throughout Los Angeles. We were also able to see that the National Guard has fully deployed in LA and has largely taken up peacekeeping and law enforcement operations around the areas of the fire-afflicted areas, allowing the police to largely pull back deeper into the city and control law and order throughout the large majority of Los Angeles.
I like to see the Humvees on the streets. Like, it's never a good thing when the National Guard has to come out, but the Humvees always look very clean.
And the MATVs are also always clean.
I wonder if this presence is actually cutting down on any of the rioting or the looting. Actually, not rioting. Let me take that back. There's been no evidence of rioting, but there has been looting and also alleged arsons taking place. But I wonder if this has cut down on it.
That's a good question. I'm not really sure if it has or it hasn't. But moving on from that, we were also able to hear that the city of LA gave out another mass warning to the entire city, again, accidentally. And in a second, you're about to find out that they actually didn't do it accidentally. But this was the warning. Emergency alert. New. This is an emergency message from the Los Angeles County Fire Department. An evacuation warning has been issued in your area. This was given out to the entire county, mind you, so this was literally every area in the county. Remain vigilant of any threats and be ready to evacuate. Gather loved ones, pets, and supplies. Continue to monitor local weather news and the webpage alertla.org for more information. This was a very interesting thing. It was the second time that this had happened in the city of LA, that a evacuation warning was given to literally every area of Los Angeles County. Then the city of LA made this statement, which was then far more concerning about the nature of these messages.
In coordination with our federal and state partners, how we can stop the messages that are going out right now that are not being initiated by a human action.
There's one going off right there.
That,
Yeah.
and then understand how that occurred, so that the tool can still be used for what was identified as like a critical fire weather that we're still in experiencing and will continue to experience.
So basically, to summarize what the city official is saying right here, someone has hacked into the emergency alert system and is just willy-nilly sending out evacuation warnings to the entire county. They do not know who's currently involved with that right now, and we have also been able to hear that the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles are now working with the Federal Bureau of Investigation to figure out who has hacked into the emergency alert system for LA County and is beginning to send out this large amount of false warnings and evacuation orders to different areas of the city that are actually not under any kind of an evacuation warning or an evacuation order. In moving on from that, and all of the suspect circumstances that we're now beginning to hear about in LA, the police considering that maybe all fires are acts of arson, and also seeing that someone has now hacked into the emergency alert system in Los Angeles, we have now heard of something very concerning that usually we would not cover on this channel, but considering the events that are now unfolding in LA and the suspicious circumstances surrounding Los Angeles, we decided that we were going to cover this story today because it seems to be that it could be adding into the entire story as a whole. Deep down in Texas, way down at the very bottom of the great state of Texas, where everything is bigger in Texas, down in the small city of Roma on the Rio Grande, right next to the Mexican city of Ciudad Miguel Alman, we were able to hear that ICE border agents conducted an arrest on an illegal immigrant who had crossed the Rio Grande today without properly passing through a border checkpoint. That sounds like something that many people have heard about in mainstream news for years. It's been something that a lot of people have talked about in the domestic political sphere. But we're not going to be talking about it in that metric today at all. The Leaf Spring Army and the Enforcer channel doesn't do that. We are going to talk about it, however, in who the person was. From what we understand, this arrest occurred on Saturday, this last week. And from what we understand, a Russian Wagner mercenary was caught crossing the U.S. border illegally, according to authorities. The man was equipped with 2 passports. I believe we incorrectly said a passport. It was actually 2 passports. They didn't say which nationalities they were, but there were 2
passports. It was Russian and Kazakh passports.
That's very interesting. I wonder why he had the Kazakh passport. But nevertheless, he had a Kazakh and a Russian passport, a drone, and $4,000 in cash. He is still currently in custody of U.S. Border Patrol at this moment. It is starting to show us, moving on completely out of the domestic political topic, which we are not going to be touching at all. We're not going to make a comment or an opinion on what's going on at the U.S. border for good or for bad. But beyond that, what is going on right now with this particular instance is very concerning. It is showing us that the foreign adversaries of the United States of America are sending in foreign agents, such as this Wagner mercenary, across the U.S. border into the United States to possibly conduct acts of terrorism or acts of sabotage against the United States as a whole, and to cause serious security and economic damage to this republic well on into the future and the benefit of their interests globally. This is something that is incredibly concerning and poses a national security risk, as we are seeing that this Wagner mercenary was possibly entering the United States to conduct acts of sabotage. Rather than speaking about the situation as to how that happened, it's more important to note that this was most likely a sanctioned action by the Russian Federation's government, and that possible serious actions should be considered by the U.S. government in response to the fact that Russian agents appear to be illegally crossing the border to conduct illicit or illegal activities inside the United States in furthering the interests of the Russian Federation. Moving on from that, however, we have also been able to hear some very interesting news in Washington. To give you all a moment to speak about that very topic we're speaking of, with the Wagner mercenary being arrested, because we actually asked y'all about y'all's opinions on that in the poll that we have going up right now. But beyond that, we were also able to hear that the office of the President of the United States will be briefing the incoming president-elect on directed energy weapons that have been used to attack U.S. government personnel and family members by foreign adversaries. From what we understand, this is actually confirming that Havana Syndrome is a real thing that is created by directed energy weapons. In the past, the U.S. government has openly denied that such a system exists, and that Havana Syndrome may be a state of pandemonium or delirium that some U.S. government personnel have been entering at random, but we now understand, according to the information that the White House has published today, that this is in fact a directed energy weapon that is being used by our foreign adversaries against U.S. government personnel to possibly sabotage U.S. interests globally. Once again, showing more hostile actions that have been conducted by the Russian Federation, the People's Republic of China, and possibly the Islamic Republic of Iran against U.S. government officials elected by the public or appointed as government bureaucrats. This is something, once
Really
again...
interesting. It's really interesting that they actually acknowledge that because, a lot of people were saying they were suffering symptoms of this. So they were going around and having like psychological problems or some type of like physiological symptoms from being hit with this alleged weapon. And we still don't even know what the weapon looks like, what it is, or anything. But apparently the U.S. government knows what it is because they're briefing the incoming administration on it in a classified briefing. So all the people that were apparently called crazy or they were being written off as just, feigning symptoms, those people actually had real damage from whatever weapon this is. So, it's good to know that they weren't just making it up, and it turns out it was true. But now the question is, who was affected by it and who's actually carrying it out? Because that seems like an act of war.
It does seem certainly like an act of war to be conducting this kind of action against U.S. government officials. But still, we will be seeing what is going on with that well on into the future and what the United States may consider as possible actions. Still, the information that we're getting today was largely damning and starting to show that there may be foreign actors conducting these acts inside the United States in support of their interests globally. And a lot of people are talking about that particular Russian Wagner mercenary that was caught illegally crossing the border inside the state of Texas just a couple of days ago. And a lot of people are wondering, is the Russian Federation officially behind this? And it seems as though, without a shadow of a doubt, practically everyone in the Lee Spring Army does believe that this was an act of a Russian foreign agent on the behalf of the Russian Federation's government. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
So 77% of the audience said yes, Russia is actively sending saboteurs to infiltrate the United States, while 15% said we need more details, and 3% said no, this guy was not sent by Russia. And I am 100% confident that this guy was sent by Putin himself. The reason why I say that is because the guy who was caught crossing the border, who's a former Wagner mercenary, was just honored by Putin's own organization literally a week prior to him trying to cross over. So that is pretty confident to me that this guy was sent and he's actively probably involved with the Russian military and the Russian MOD. So that is very concerning to hear that. That means, and by the way, that's just the one they caught. There have been probably other instances of other Wagner mercenaries crossing the border that we're not really even aware of yet. And that is extremely concerning. Those guys are literally guns for hire, and he was crossing the border with $4,000, a FPV drone allegedly, and also 2 different passports to be able to leave the country whenever he wanted to. So very concerning, and also, once again, we don't know how many have actually crossed. But Enforcer, what say you?
It's a very concerning situation in that regard. Once again, we don't really know how many have crossed. This is the one that's been caught. There could be others there inside the United States right now that are possibly preparing to conduct their own actions. With this in mind, I do believe that it is a major concern to the United States that our foreign adversaries are attempting to create internal domestic situations inside the United States or conduct acts of terror and sabotage. And I do believe that there should be some very aggressive and strong actions against the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China, whoever is responsible for these actions, and hold them accountable in some sort of a way. Of course, it's very difficult to tell what kind of a way we would want to hold them accountable, but I still think that that is a necessity at this point. Moving on from that and outside the United States, we are now going to be moving on into the Ukraine war news, which we still have an incredibly large amount of. I'm sure that many of y'all can tell now. The news segment's going on for nearly 2 hours now. We still have loads of news left. So today was a very busy news day if there's ever been one. But moving on into the Kursk Oblast, we were able to see that Ukraine is continuing to press on forward, and we have been able to see that the Ukrainians have continued to push further towards Bolshoe Soldatskoe, and once again are pushing the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade further back. We were able to see the typical anti-drone activities of the Ukrainian armed forces within this area, as the 82nd Brigade was still knocking down Russian drones from Russia's own skies.
Also, by the way, David Tablet said the guy was lucky that the law caught him and not a Texas rancher. David, we honestly don't even know how the guy crossed the border. Like, we don't know if he ran across, climbed across. And also, by the way, he swam across. Okay, so he just literally did it the direct way. He just literally tried to swim across. So yeah, he is lucky that the law caught him, because I think the Texas ranchers would have dealt with him a little bit different. But also, by the way, not to extend the news segment out, but I do need to mention this. The Border Patrol actually found a new set of tunnels today going from Mexico into the United States. A brand new set of tunnels apparently run by the cartel. And, they could be crossing that way as well. That's a more covert way, which is literally going underground to cross. And we would never see them that way. But apparently, this former Wagner mercenary decided to literally go Rambo style and start swimming across. But he was caught that way.
And also, I do want to make it clear for everyone where he was caught. He was caught around Roma, Texas, which is right on the U.S.-Mexican border. So he did not make it far into the country before he was caught. He was literally caught pretty much practically right after he crossed the Rio Grande. But he did cross the Rio Grande. So from what we understand, the only way to get into the United States in this area is directly across this bridge. There's a small U.S. Customs checkpoint on the other side. He was not caught there. He was caught somewhere inside of U.S. territory after having illegally crossed the border, so that means that at some point he swam across the Rio Grande. It's not really that big of a swim. It's actually a fairly small river within this area. It's only about 200 feet across, or 70 meters, so it wasn't an incredibly big swim. I mean, in some areas as well, I also need to mention this, the Rio Grande is shallow enough that you can pretty much just deep wade across, just kind of walking, but sometimes the water gets up to chest height in some areas, but you can largely walk across the Rio Grande, or you can swim across in some areas, and I believe that this area is deep enough and further enough down the river that he had to swim across, but beyond that, he was still pretty much apprehended as soon as he made it to the other side, but that is still somewhat concerning. Also, I do want to make sure to say that while I do know that the particular instance in this person swimming across the river and to the other side probably does bring forward a lot of domestic political discussions, considering that I've seen these arguments being brought up in domestic political circles. We are not going to be talking about that on any way. I know that everyone has their opinions on that, and everyone is entitled to their opinions on that. It's been a major dividing topic, at least for many years at this point, inside of U.S. domestic politics, but of course, the Lee Spring Army and the Enforcer channel doesn't get involved in those kinds of conversations. If you want to have those conversations with each other, please feel free. Just don't do it in the live chat, because we don't allow politics here, but I do know that many people are always concerned about what the United States border controls look like, whether they're stringent enough or whether they're too strict, and many people have many different opinions on that. But considering that this story happened in the middle of the LA fire, and all of those fires are now suspected arsons, and we're now seeing that there are foreign actors that are attempting to illegally enter the United States, we wanted to make sure to cover this story because it is once again suggesting that foreign actors may be at play for the disaster that's occurring inside of Los Angeles. So I hope that makes it very clear to everyone our standing on that, the position, why we even cover the story, because we don't want folks thinking that this is a free-for-all for politics or that we're trying to delve into that, because that's not really the case, but we do want to apprise everyone of national security concerns that are evolving in front of us like we're seeing right now. Anyways, moving on from that and out of Texas, it is time for us to get back into Ukraine, as we were able to hear of the 82nd Air Assault Brigade Stugnas also hitting Russian vehicles that were attempting an assault today, and we were able to see the Stugna firing right there and traveling its way across the merry fields of Russia, straight to that tank, straight to the side of that tank, as a matter of fact, here in a second, and the boom, blitz, blitz.
Oh, smashed him good. There's bits and bolts and nuts falling everywhere.
And they got them, blitz, jigga blitz. And we can see another Stugna being fired to hit the tank. We see the Stugna flying on out there. We really can't see the tank at this point. It's kind of mired in haze. And the boom! And that time the ammo detonated. And the tank went sky high. They just never miss. And here comes another one.
It's a recording of a recording.
Man, it was like recordingception. We're like the third screen in the sequence.
Haha, that's crazy.
Man, nuts. But still, when you see the Stugna about to hit the Russian vehicle right here, and the boom, look at that. Dang. And that's the end of that clip right there. Very nice to see. And moving on from that and into the next clip, we also get to see a Russian column getting hit here as well. Look at that. They're shitnits. Look at that. It's really cool.
Bliat.
Like they're Mobics, Matthew. They're shitniks now. Pretty cool.
Something like that.
Boom!
Oh, look at that.
Oh. Look at all that fire. The arsonists would feel at
Man.
home here.
Look at that boiler.
Whoa. Look at that boiler. Oh!
Oh, they boiled them.
Dang. They were boiling them, man. They were boiling them like crawdads. But moving on from that now, the Kursk area, we were able to also see the Russian casualty report. And oh, by golly, have a holly jolly Christmas.
Oh my goodness,
Lord.
man. The 8th highest daily loss, according to Miss Disa, and it looks like it's pretty damn high. Over 800,000 troops, gotten at this point. That's just wild to see. But 3 Bobcats, though, look at that. 3 of them in one day. I love to see it. But
Man,
unfortunately, tell us more.
I'm telling you, it was a crazy day with 1,830 troops being the highest loss, the 8th highest loss, and the daily loss in 7-day average has now rise to 1,669. Nice. We've also been able to hear that AFVs are above average. Other categories are below average, mostly due to the very high losses that we've seen in the past week. But the losses were bussin' unequivocally this day. 1,830 Russian and North Korean soldiers have been killed and wounded over the past 24 hours, along with 32 APCs, 86 supply trucks, 10 main battle tanks, 24 artillery pieces, 71 drones, 3 cruise missiles, 3 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 3 Bobcat skid steers. Overall, the day was impressive, and we were able to see that one of these losses was a little passive. A Russian tank tried to cross over a small bridge, and it actually flipped over, straight down into the ravine below, to be lost for good.
Looks like you went down the Rio Grande or something like that. Looks similar.
Man, I guess you could say that, it's a, Shenandoah. I got to give you all context for that one. That won't make any sense. But anyways, moving on from that, now the Vovchansk area, we're now moving on down into Svitlodarsk, where we were able to hear that the Russian 3rd Corps HQ was hit. Today, the armed forces of Ukraine delivered a precision strike on the command post of the Russian 3rd Army Corps in the occupied city of Svitlodarsk inside of the Donetsk region. What a hit. What a knockout. Really impressive to hear of, really nice to see, and we're so happy to know that the Russian Federation just continues to lose major corps and army-sized headquarters like they're nothing. Meanwhile, down in the Toretsk area, we also got to see that the Russian assault in this area was stopped. Dead in its tracks, mind you. Dang, man.
I think the Russians ought to play it safe, man, to just not assault anything anymore, because it seems like it's not going good anytime they do it. It seems like the last couple they've done has just been, sheer disasters.
Man, was that a BMP just firing wildly into the air like it's a Wild West, a posse that they formed? Look at this, man. They're like, oh, come on, don't buffer now. Come on. What's going on, Matthew? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Matthew?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on.
But here we go. Here it comes. And then they're just firing. You better lock up your doors today, because Ivan Bliatman is on his way. Going hiding when I come riding.
Oh.
I hit the giant land mines or something like that.
They left it to friend the whole thing up. Oh, Pilgrim. They're going to hit him with that gun, Pilgrim.
You raise me up, or something like that. It's like, but look, here's another.
That singing, Pilgrim.
Man, the singing's rough, man. We gotta be careful about that, We could get a noise ordinance for that just because of the horrendous noise. But we could see the tanks getting obliterated down there. Whoa, oh, look at that thing! Oh, the heat's so hot it melted it inwards.
It was so hot you froze to death, Pilgrim. Susanna, don't you cry.
It was so hot I froze to death. That's when whoever wrote that song was on some good cocaine back in the day. That stuff you could get at the medicinal clinic or something.
Indeed. Kind of like these Russians need to be on at this point. They need some.
Man. Do they? Or do they not? They got to be high with the assault strategies they got at this point in the war. I mean, they got to be on something.
Look at this.
Crazy. And here
You
comes
need an icy hot patch.
Here you go. There goes the icy hot.
Give him that shakaroni.
Man, we see it right down there.
That's supposed to be why the oligarchs are pressuring Putin all of a sudden, because they're seeing these videos come out on the daily, and they're like, hello, Putin, are you going to make any progress anytime soon? Are you going to hurry? And Putin said, oh, don't worry, I'll hurry. And he puts them out the window fast.
Yeah, probably something like that. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. But we can also see the similar S firing at the Russians as well on the Ukrainian side. Beautiful stuff. We love to see it. And moving a little bit further on down the lines and into Pokrovsk, we were actually able to hear that the Ukrainians have once again been able to retake a small village within the area. They are continuing to push the Russians back little by little. This wasn't a major push, but it was still a significant enough one to make the news today. And what a success. They are going up against the largest Russian fighting force anywhere seen outside of Kursk, and they are actually pushing back against them and retaking ground, reaffirming the defensive line outside of Pokrovsk, and once again making it more difficult for the Russians once spring and summer comes to be able to continue to try and conduct attacks directly onto Pokrovsk itself.
Oh, getting a little artillery in there, it looks like.
Would you look at that?
Ah, look, there's the building.
Oh, and
look
they're
at
on a
Russian. He came running out. Look at that.
Oh, here
they're
comes
panicking.
two. They're multiplying. It's like amoebas. Oh!
Aye. It was not a good idea to run back into that building.
What the hell's going on here? They're tearing the building down. What the hell's going on around here?
That roof is like made of 2x4s or something.
Man, that roof right there is starting to smolder. They might want to put it out with some water.
The Ukrainians just hammering it. It's actually a pretty decently resilient building, actually.
Man, Matty, this must be the communist headquarters of the Russian Federation because it's sure getting a lot of hammers. Man, the only thing they're missing is sickles. Yeah, man, they're not getting any sickles, but when the Ukrainians get in there, I think they're going to be giving them the little bit of the sickle, called a Communist Party or something like that. But anyways, moving on out of the nets. Man, that was a stupid one, wasn't it? That was
man, we said they're going to give him a little bit of the sickle. I was like, I'm not sure how to take that, but I'll go with it.
Man, well, you know what I mean? Sometimes they just, they try their best. Sometimes they get the hammer, other times they get the sickle. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of it, though, not a lot. But anyways, with that, I already know that Zelensky didn't put out a speech today, at least on the president's website. They couldn't be bothered, so that's fine. We'll go to YouTube. We'll try and find something for y'all so y'all can hear the president of Ukraine speak a little bit. He likes to talk to everyone all the time, just like me. He loves to listen to himself talk, and we want to make sure that y'all be able to hear him talk like I do. Talkaholics. And oh my God, the only thing he put out today was 21 minutes long. And I gotta be honest with y'all, I don't think we got that kind of time. Like, I hate to say that to y'all. He did put something out, but let's see here. Hang on, it's some kind of a forum. Yeah, okay, so we're not going to show that because there's some kind of a reporter there. They're stealing the fire from us. And also, I'm kind of a little jealous at this point because it seems like everyone can talk to Zelensky but us. I don't know if he's got a problem with wise guys or something like that, talking to him and asking him questions. But, it is what it is, I suppose. Anyways, with that, it is time for us. And by the way, I'm joking, everyone, because, it doesn't matter if we get an interview or not. We're still doing the news. But anyways, we are going to be moving on into a second segment of the night where we do get to talk to each and every one of you. And it is an incredibly fun segment. I got to be honest with y'all. And of course, Matthew, let's just pretend like the speech just ended right there. I'll make it sound kind of like Zelensky's talking. We got to have real peace, long-lasting peace. And also, I would like to remind everyone today that I have done a lot of things for Ukraine. I've traveled around. I've talked to people, walked with people, and we will make sure to continue to talk and walk with people until the war ends. And so with that, thank you, everyone. Slava Ukraini and Heroam Slava. And that was the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky. And now it's time for us, all of you wise fellas, for us to move on into the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every one of you. And boy, howdy, how much do we love talking to each and every one of you. You always got some interesting questions, sometimes interesting days in history, sometimes hood reviews, food reviews, something like that. I mean, it's incredibly fun. What, does anyone got a problem with it or something? I don't know. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. But beyond that, Matthew, I understand that we have another question that we've been asking everyone, specifically about something to do with Havana Syndrome. And that sounds so nice and cheery, doesn't it? Havana Syndrome. It sounds like you're going to go to a casino and lose all your money, and then smoke some kind of a nasty-ass cigar that coats your lungs with some sort of a filament. But no, it's none of that business. It's actually some sort of a directed energy weapon that fries your brains for the large part. But beyond that, a lot of people have been talking about this whole Havana Syndrome thing, and whether people are becoming commies or not because of it. But I'm just kidding. People are actually talking about the severe damage that has been causing folks that have been afflicted by the system. But nevertheless, a lot of people are putting in their thoughts about it. And it seems like some people are saying that the perpetrator, whoever the hell it was, most likely committed an act of war against the United States of America. Others are saying that they're unsure and undecided. Some people are saying that the perpetrator ought to be sanctioned, but a lot of people are saying that the perpetrator, whoever it was, has conducted an act of war against the United States of America. And so with that, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so it looks like 67% of the audience said that the perpetrator of the Havana Syndrome attacks committed an act of war and it should be treated as such, while 16% said the perpetrator should simply be sanctioned instead of declaring an act of war, and only 4% said it sounds like a small issue to me. And I would say that based on the symptoms, it sounds like it leaves permanent psychological damage, whatever this weapon is. And that's definitely not a small issue. If they are messing up the minds of the politicians, whose minds are already messed up enough, that's not a small issue. That's a very large issue. So I'm actually with the 67%. Whichever country did that, if it was a country and a foreign actor behind it, I would say that's 100% an act of war. You cannot start jacking up our people like that and simply get away with it. That would warrant a wartime scenario, in my opinion. And if we can get to the bottom of it, I think we should take that route. And I don't take that lightly, but I do believe that would be warranting that situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that anyone who's conducted an act like this, we do understand that a directed energy weapon, at least from what we're understanding in the past, actually was used against a sitting vice president of the United States. I would say that that would most likely be an act of war, considering the government officials that they have attacked, even at the highest profiles, just below the actual office of the president, with this form of a weapon system. So I would say that that is certainly an act of war, if any, and whoever the perpetrator was may actually be facing a possible confrontation with the United States as a result. And so with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least the best we can, from what I would understand, because an attack on a citizen of the United States, especially one who's holding a government position that has been elected by the citizenry, is an attack upon the United States as a whole. And so the responses always have to be incredibly severe in that instance. But beyond that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, it's now time for us to move on into the questions segment. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so moving on back to our Super Chat segment now. Also, by the way, we're not going to cover this in depth because we're running late tonight, but there apparently is a new fire out there in California, by the way. It looks like it's spreading fast again, so just when we thought they were getting stuff under control to some extent, like maybe like 10% containment on some of these fires, it looks like it's getting even more out of control as we speak. It looks like maybe it's moving toward, I'm trying to get an idea here. Yeah, off the 101 freeway by Sepulveda exit, apparently is where it is, according to Jacob Wheeler on Twitter. So it looks like it's another big one. So, you know, it's spreading. It's not getting better, apparently, right now. But also, apparently, there's more evacuations underway as well. But we don't want to wrap it a hole on that too much because we got a lot of questions to get to and a lot more to cover. So with that, we are moving on to our first Super Chat, which goes to Declane Gibbo, who puts in a $50 donation. Thank you very much, Declane, for that very generous $50 support. I think that might be your first ever on the stream, and we appreciate it. And they said, "Slav Ukraine, the soon-to-be the new superpower."
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I would have to say Ukraine is certainly on its way to probably being in economic good times here in the Western world, for sure, in my opinion. I think that's going to be without a doubt. And I got to say that I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here and cover the successes of the Western world as we continue to support Ukraine and their fight against the Russian Federation and their support of Western interests as well. And I got to thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it was not for folks like you, we simply would not be able to make this thing possible. And so a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best we possibly can. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. But before we do, actually speaking about economic powers and such things, y'all know there's been a book that I've been reading today. Matthew, you've seen me reading it. It's about South Korea and how they propelled themselves like a rocket from being an economically insignificant country, one that's pretty much poverty-stricken, into being one of the wealthiest countries in the world, GDP per capita figures-wise. It's a really interesting kind of a story, especially with how they did it and what was involved in turning the country into a major economic success. But you know, something that's really interesting, Matthew, is that much like the United States has monopolies in a sense, even today we have monopolies, and you know, it's crazy. Well, I can't even talk about monopolies because, you know, someone might come down on our head right now. But beyond that, one thing that's interesting, though, about South Korea and Japan is that they actually have their own words for monopolies. Do you know the word, Matthew, for a Japanese monopoly or the family of Japanese monopolies that exists?
I believe it's called. Let me think for a second. I've studied Japan before, so let me think. Let's see here. What? How do you say? Hold. Give me a second. What does monopoly mean
It
in
starts with a
Japan?
Z. I'll tell you that.
A Z. It's dang. I can't remember it, man. But tell me though. What is it?
Zaibatsus.
A Zaibatsu. Okay, I don't think I've heard that one. I think I was thinking of something else. But go ahead.
Zaibatsus are the monopolies of Japan. They're pretty much the mega companies that run Japan. South Korea actually has their own, and they're called chaebols, which is a very interesting thing. But those are pretty much the exact same thing as the Japanese Zaibatsus, which is a very interesting kind of a deal. One of those chaebols is actually Samsung, because Samsung, as some people may or may not know on the channel, it's a really interesting thing, Samsung. Samsung doesn't only produce phones and refrigerators and other kinds of smart technology, they also are a heavy industries company that produces ships, tanks, artillery, and other kinds of major industry systems. It's a very large company in South Korea, and it's one of the very few. There's also a couple of others. Some of y'all also will certainly know some of the Japanese Zaibatsus, like Mitsubishi, which is one of the largest Japanese Zaibatsus. TEPCO is actually one of them. That's pretty much the Japanese energy system. That is a Zaibatsu of a form. Also, let's see. I'm trying to think of some of the others. Yamaha is also a Zaibatsu. There's quite a large number of them, actually. And in South Korea, there's also a fairly significant number of chaebols as well, that pretty much dominate the economic forum of South Korea, but also are a reason for their economic success. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. They have the success of being a major economy, especially for their size, but they also have the side effect of having major monopolies in some areas of the economy running most aspects of it. But still a fairly interesting deal. But beyond that, I hope that gives y'all a little interesting fact about that area of the world over there. Very interesting to read about South Korea's major economic conglomerates, the chaebols. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to none other than Poco Loco, and thank you very much, Poco, for that $27 support and helping to keep us running. And also, I really like that username, Poco Loco. But I said thank you for everything you guys do in LSA.
And thank you so much for your third super chat ever, and thank you for enjoying this channel massively and supporting it and helping it to keep on running. This channel only runs on viewer support, which is really crazy thing to think that we've been able to do that for 3 years, and no one has ever had to support the channel. We don't have super chat goals or quotas that we're trying to meet. We don't have memberships. We don't have any of that. We don't really even speak much during the middle of the stream at all, actually, about people having to support the channel. Yet people like you, Poco Loco, take it upon yourself to support this channel and help to make the entire thing possible without having to at all. And all of you folks who do such a selfless and very kind and generous thing for Matthew and me help us to be able to keep this channel running and keep the news alive, and to be able to make sure that all of y'all get the news largely from around the world. And so with that, thank you so much once again for your kind words and supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, this would have never been possible for 3 years and now going on into its 4th year. And so a big thanks once again. And we are on to the next one. And also, let's see, El Kasur said, Chaebol has a generally negative view within the Korean populace, if I remember correctly. Generally, monopolies do. Zaibatsus are not looked at favorably in Japan either. And Zaibatsus are largely what's been acclaimed to be creating the major population crisis in Japan, because the work-life balance of the citizenry is non-existent. And the Zaibatsus have largely fostered a culture in Japan that is entirely work-centric and does not allow for any personal pursuits, including one for a family. And that's why we've seen that in Japan, although their living conditions are pretty decent and they are generally able to afford any of the basic wants and needs of life, they still do not find the time to be able to have a family and raise children. And that's why we're seeing that the Japanese population is largely in decline. It could actually be attributed to the Zaibatsus. Another thing that could be attributed to South Korea's interesting political situation are the chaebols. The chaebols have about as big an impact on South Korea and the way they have formed and exist currently much like the Zaibatsus have on Japan, or really more so the monopolies in the United States have on the United States currently. The United States has some of the most robust antitrust laws around the world, which antitrust laws, for those of y'all who may not know, are those that exist to break up monopolies and disperse them into smaller companies so that way every sector of the economy is more competitive. That was actually brought about at the beginning of the last century by Teddy Roosevelt, who brought forward a large amount of the antitrust laws and was known as a trust buster. But since then, the antitrust laws have never really been used to the significant degree that they were originally planned to be. And we have seen that here in the United States, there are specific monopolies that have begun to form and have existed that have largely crushed a lot of small business and have created major, well, really mega companies that pretty much are centralizing major facets of the economy. A load of people know about Amazon, who is largely strangling pretty much any retail business that exists out there in the world because of their competitive, or what can be called predatory pricing, and also their delivery arrangement, which makes things far more convenient, well, for one, and also in most instances a little bit cheaper. Other people will know about Walmart. And while Walmart isn't the only grocery store out there, it certainly is, in most areas of the country where there isn't a wide variety of grocery stores, the only grocer. And not only that, has killed off a large amount of small businesses, and when Walmart attempted to expand into the European market, Germany actually banned Walmart from the country, claiming that they were conducting predatory pricing measures, which were starting to strangle local businesses. And that's something that Walmart has done in the past, and still continues to do to this day whenever entering a new region, is that they will lower their prices to an amount where they're actually making losses in that area for a while, but they do it so that way they can strangle the smaller businesses, the hardware stores and the smaller local grocers that existed, out of business, so that way by the time they start to raise the prices, there are no natural competitors left in the area, and Walmart's all that's left. There are really monopolies really at this point in most major sectors of the United States, and the antitrust laws, which were generally a blessing to the United States of America, especially at the beginning of the last century, breaking up companies such as U.S. Steel and Standard Oil, generally have not been used a lot these days. And some people could even argue that this channel kind of exists within the vacuum of another monopoly in itself, but that's something that we will not touch on because I don't think that there's any form of protection from that kind of a conversation right there, if y'all get what I'm saying. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, because one could certainly not be amiss to say that the monopolies that exist here in the United States today do not have an impact on the operations of the U.S. government, much like the Zaibatsus or the Chaebols have over Japan and South Korea. And that's why some people look at them somewhat negatively, but other people look at them as a sign of innovation and progress within their specific fields, because while these companies may be largely monopolistic in some aspects, they have also brought innovation in others. So somewhat of a double-edged sword.
The innovation stops, though, when they take over the whole market. Like, that's when the innovation stops, because there's no more competition.
Absolutely. The competition that created them to where they could turn into a monopoly cease to exist once they become the monopoly. And so that's something that is a really interesting thing to talk about. Of course, we're not going to get political because that does start to become a bit of a political conversation. But one thing I will say, because I don't think this is that political, is that I generally am in support of small businesses. Take that for what you will, because small businesses are generally what has been the lifeblood of this country. And while major companies will always exist, mega companies that start to have a stranglehold on the entirety of the economy are not beneficial, because generally the way that people were able to make good, successful livings throughout most of American history was through owning their own small businesses. It gave them an incentive to be competitive in their own niche, within their own region. And it also gave a lot of Americans a way to be able to climb the social, not really the social, but more so the economic ladder a lot more aptly. It was much easier throughout most times of history, except for now.
We got somebody that doesn't like it, of course. Somebody didn't like it.
Let's see. Hang on.
Oh, surprise! It's Bill Gates. Oh, I'm just joking. He's not Bill Gates.
I wouldn't know who it is. I would have no idea. I just wouldn't even know.
I was setting up a joke.
Oh, I was like, I have no idea who it'd be. Oh, I wonder. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe it's someone who says that Americans are unqualified for top positions. Maybe something like that. I don't know. I just know of plenty of people who have PhDs and bachelor's degrees that just can't get a job anywhere, which is kind of odd. I guess they're underqualified. What do I know? I'm probably not an expert on that. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one. But still, a massive thanks for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that was some interesting facts about some economics, at least as far as monopolies go. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one, also Activista said, I've never been in a Walmart ever. Come on, Activista, go in a Walmart.
Lucky.
You gotta experience that. You gotta experience that once in your life, okay? Like, listen, here's my thing. I want to make this clear so nobody like starts saying, oh, Matt's like stuck up. He doesn't like Walmart. I go to Walmart, I shop at Walmart because the prices are low. Yes, I'm guilty of that. But at the same time, everybody that goes to Walmart knows that there's always some sketchy folks hanging out in Walmart every single time, doing strange things near the bathrooms in the back and also doing strange things around the store and literally eating the food out of the containers, walking around the store and not paying for it. It's all the time. Like every time you go to a Walmart, it's always kind of sketchy. But at the same time, the prices are low, so I'm a cheapskate, so I go for the low prices. But you got to go to a Walmart, Activista. You have to do it.
Let me tell you something, Matthew. When Halloween comes around, some people are like, you got to go to a horror house. Listen, I don't have to go to a horror house. I got a Walmart across the street. No, that's a funny one. Always gets me every time. You walk in there, you see some horrors beyond comprehension. I mean, you can see, let me just think of a couple of things that I've seen in there. Let's see, you can see Slender Man, you can see Shamu from SeaWorld. They escape, I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stuff you can see in Walmarts. You can just see crazy people walking up and down the aisles. You see someone stripping naked to try on clothes in the clothes section. There's always something crazy going on at Walmart. It's just not, I don't know what it is, but Walmart's we got to meet a quota, not just of sales, but we got to have a certain number of lunatics in every store to make sure that every time you go in there, you have some sort of a horrific, memorable experience, so that way you're scared to come in here again. Because maybe, Matty, that's how they make sure that shoppers rotate in and out quickly. You know how Disney builds their rides so that way they can get a large number of people in and out? I guess that's what Walmart does. They're we know that people are going to get groceries, and we're practically the monopoly in this category, but we also want them to get the hell out. So we're going to send in crazy people so that way they get in here and get out as quick as possible.
They usually want you to hang around longer, though, because that's usually when you decide, oh, I'm just going to buy some extra junk that I didn't need, and they want you to hang out longer. That's why they make the rows where you have to walk through pretty much everything to get through the store, so you buy more stuff. That's what I've heard, at least.
Man, I gotta be honest with you. I mean, Walmart's a rough one, man. And then they don't even front the products. Mr. George always told us to front the products, Matthew. It's an affront to grocers.
Yeah, I don't care what Mr. George got to say.
Oh, I wish I could show y'all a Publix training video. We'd probably get copyright stricken if we showed it because Publix would be like, oh, not defaming Mr. George. But, we worked at Publix, Matthew and me did at the time, and during the training, it's not even training on how to do your job, it's just training on why Mr. George is great. He's dead. He's not even alive. He's, the founder of this southern grocery store called Publix. Spelled with an X, by the way. I guess the guy was illiterate or something, but it's spelled Publix, Publix, and if you go to work there, you'll get your job training, and they have pictures of Mr. George up in the break rooms, in the locker rooms, in the manager's office. He's like freaking Kim Jong-un or something in this place. And then in the training, you're told, Mr. George brings us progress. Mr. George brings us life. We must listen to the core revolutionary tenets of Juche ideology according to Mr. George and Mr. George's laboratory for Publix ideology. And it's this is freaking insane.
I remember they had the portraits up on the wall. They would have the manager's like Kim Jong-un picture on the wall. They would have Mr. George's Kim Jong-un picture
above
right next to it.
Above
literally Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-un on the wall. Literally the same thing. And they would literally stand next to it and point to it and be like, Mr. George wants us to do this. I'm like, what are you, crazy? I'm like, there was a dystopian world or something? That guy right there didn't want to be worshipped. He's just a store owner.
Man, maybe he did, man, because there's all those
maybe
videos.
He was sadistic or something.
There was all those videos, man, that they would show in the train where he's like, they told me that I just couldn't make it, but I piped music through the store. It's what the hell does it got to do with anything? It's everyone pipes music through the store. It's that's what they do.
I didn't even understand what music was. He was talking about piping it through the store. It's not a liquid. It's not like music's being piped in like water or something. It's sound, dude. It's hooked up with wires. You're not piping anything in.
remember when they had those stupid managerial meetings where all the little workers like me and you would have to gather around the manager and they talk about, Mr. George wants us to do this, Mr. George wants us to do that. Man, sometimes I wanted to get up and like mock it by acting like a North Korean and be like, we must listen to the core revolutionary Juche tenets of Mr. George because Mr. George will want us to make sure that the public store succeeds against our wicked imperialist adversary Walmart. Long live great leader George. You know, like, it's like, what the hell do they want us to do? Like, I didn't even know.
Also, like, now that you're bringing it up, it's bringing back flashbacks now. I remember this was one thing that stuck with me after I went to, like, the training for that. They send you to a special training to work at the store because they want everybody to be friendly and stuff like that. Well, I'm already friendly, so I didn't need the training, so it was just like, you know, just an easy day. But one thing they said, they had 2 different coolers in the training room. One cooler was full of, like, great value brand, like Coca-Cola, like that type of stuff. The other one had, like, name brand Coca-Cola in it. And they made a point before the thing started to put you in your place. They said, now, all of you who are just like the normal hourly workers, you get to take this great value, and only the managers get the Coca-Cola and this other one over here because you're only just the hourly workers. I'm like, what is the point of separating it and putting the great value ones in one bin? It's like some type of class system based on the Coca-Cola. It's like, what the hell? And then they went through that Mr. George indoctrination stuff. I've got like PTSD from that crap at this point. Like, honestly, I feel for anybody that works at a Publix. Like, I really feel for them.
Man, I'm telling you, man, every time I go into a Publix and I hear anyone speaking about anything while they're checking you out, like to a bagger or something like that, because also, by the way, sometimes in Publix they have what's called baggers, because in Walmart, as you all know, there are no baggers. The cashier bags your stuff for you. But in Publix, no, they got to be bougie. So they got to bring a bagger, which is a specific person who fills the bags. And so, anyways, they'll sit there and the cashier will be sitting there talking about, I don't think I've gotten my IPM up to a high enough amount, which is items per minute. And then I'll say, oh, Mr. George will be displeased with you. You need to go bow down to the picture of Mr. George and pray 3 times that he forgives you for the sin. And everyone laughs at Publix when I do that, man, because I think that everyone has the same disdain for this guy that we have. Like, I think, like, the only people who buy into that Kool-Aid are the managers, because I've never seen anyone else be like, oh, Mr. George is a blessed man. Like, you know, everyone else is like, this is stupid. And they got us.
Nobody cares about Mr. George. They want their hourly wage, and that's it.
Yeah, it's like, listen, folks just want to get paid. And they weren't even paying that well. Like, it was really, like, like, they paid okay, I suppose, but it wasn't anything that would be livable. And also, on top of that, they will hardly make anyone full-time there. Like, you know, like, I get it that a lot of people are like, well, you know, some of those jobs are, like, low-skill jobs, they're part-time and stuff, but no one's able to make a life anymore for themselves, at least in our time and age, at our generation, because they never bring anyone on as full-time because they have to give them benefits. So what Publix does is they tell you about all these stock options and stupid shit that you get in the company when you work full-time, but then they never make anyone full-time. Everyone's part-time except for like 1 or 2 people. And it's like, this is just stupid. It's like, these people are a crock of crap. Like, I just don't like Publix for that reason. Like, you know, like, you can go into a store and say the enforcer does not like Publix, and it would be true. And that is what it is to me. I'm just not a big fan of them. I'm not a big fan of them. And also, they rip you off, too, because their prices are insane. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, because we want to make sure to do duty to Mr. George. But still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I don't even know how the hell we got on to talking about that, but it felt fun to me, so I hope you all enjoyed hearing about it. But with that, we are on to the next one, and thank you once again for the support.
All right, and up next, a huge shout out to Matthew Rod, who's a first time ever super chatter on the channel, the first one ever thrown in here from Matthew Rod, and put in a very generous $50 donation. Massive support, and thank you very much, Matthew, once again for the support. Sadly, though, there is no comment attached to it, so there's nothing for us to address, sadly, but thank you very much for supporting the channel and helping to keep us running. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say a huge thank you so much once again for your first support ever, Matthew Rod. You did not throw in a comment, but the support is massively appreciated, and we thank you so much for helping this channel to keep on running. Folks like you, who are first-time super chatters, are a massive part of helping this channel to keep on running. It's because y'all enjoy the channel and go out of your way to support a channel that y'all do not have to, that we are able to make this thing possible and keep the streams running. And I gotta thank you so much once again for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you, amazing folks like you, who supported this channel and helped it keep rolling, we wouldn't be able to be here right now. And so a massive thanks once again. I do not know why I'm over here, like, choking and hiccuping. I'm very sorry about that, but still, a huge thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that does address your support incredibly well, because we are massively appreciative to everyone who supports the channel, both big and small, because each little bit helps us to make this thing a reality. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to a channel legend. It's Wubba. And Wubba put in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Wubba, once again for helping to keep us running as well. And they said LSA woot.
And LSA woot. And thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it was not for folks like you, we would not be able to make this channel possible. And we wouldn't be able to continue to say, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jose Diaz, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jose, for that $20 support.
Hey!
And I did not see a comment attached with it, though. But also, while we're at it, Jose, big shout out to Alan Orchard, who put in a 20 also and said LSA. So big shout out to Jose and Alan for that $20 support each. And thank you both very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big shout out to Jose and Alan for both of y'all's massive support. Y'all are helping this channel to keep rolling. Day in and day out, the heroic Lee Spring Army continues to make sure to watch this channel, and not only watch it, but support it when they do not even have to help it to keep on running. Never was so much owed to so few. Every single night, we get about 100,000 viewers. The last 2 nights have actually been a little bit of lower nights. We've only gotten about 70 or 80,000 views on those streams, but most times, over 100,000 people watch this stream. And out of those 100,000 people, only about 30 to 40 of those people support this channel every single night. And those 30 to 40 people are making it possible for 100,000 other people to be able to watch this stream every single day. And not only that, they are making it possible for Matthew and me to be on the stream every single day and be able to keep this thing running, because we're able to do this as our full-time job. Folks like y'all deserve a massive amount of thanks and appreciation, not just from us, but the entirety of the Lee Spring Army, and a massive shout out, because y'all are the primary reason why we are able to continue to keep working at this, keep doing this as a job, and to keep making sure that the news can get out to everyone, and that everyone is able to even be here to hear the news in the first place. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that addresses that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one. Before we move on to the next one, Old Warrior said M1 carbine on full auto climbs like a SpaceX rocket. Kind of does. I think that's the M2 carbine. I'm not really sure. I think some M1 carbines may have been automatic, but I think the M2 ones were the select fire ones. I shot one before. Those things climb like crazy. Like just shooting them normally, they have like no recoil. I would equate them to like arcade guns. You know, like the little ones where you shoot the targets, you get like stuffed bear. It's they almost have like that kind of recoil. But then when you put them on full auto, I don't know what it is, but they climb worse than anything I've ever seen. It's just weird how they do that. But with that is a good point. And also, I guess the Old Warrior, you made it to the part where I'm talking about the carbines a little while ago, but it was a fun part to talk about. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to S Storm, who also throws in, I believe, their first ever super chat as well. And thank you very much, S Storm, for the $20 support also.
Hey!
And they said $20. Has Xi Jinping lost control of the leadership and loyalty of the Chinese armed forces, or does it just seem so maybe because all of his guys have been killed or disappeared in the last 2 years?
And they're talking about Xi Jinping or Putin?
They're talking about Xi Jinping.
I think Xi Jinping is in complete control of the government right now. I don't really think there's any signs to show that he isn't. I mean, to me, the economic situation is not great in China. It's actually pretty rough. But he's still in complete control, and he's pretty much president for life at this point. A lot like a second coming to Mao, to be entirely honest. So I would say that, in my opinion, I don't think he's lost any control of the military or the government for that matter. It still appears that power is well within his control. It's certainly a dictatorship at this point, and I don't really think that's going to be jeopardized anytime soon, even with the economic situation we're currently seeing in mind. Also, one thing I was just looking at here, and one thing I thought would be interesting to note, is that up here in Inner Mongolia, which is this area of China here, this long area that literally is like right on Mongolia. This is called Inner Mongolia, just for those of y'all who may not know. But something that's interesting is that they have these pits, as you can see right here, and these pits are coal pits. this is where China gets most of their coal from, is from Inner Mongolia. And it's really wild because they have strip mines here that are about as big as the ones in Germany, but no one really talks about them. I actually read about this in a book that I was reading recently about the history of coal. It was a very interesting book. It was one, I was really looking for a book that spoke on coal as just coal and kind of like explain the history of it, but this book kind of had like a little bit of an ecological thing to it, you know, kind of making a bit of a political statement to it towards the end. But I was like, you know, like you can have your opinions on that, for it or against it, but I was really just more so looking for the history of coal, kind of like how oil has been a big part of the last century. In this one, coal was a massive part of every century and still is, which is really cool. It's incredibly cool. And there was just so much history to coal, Matthew, like the different kinds, like anthracite and bituminous, I believe is how it's pronounced. It was really, yeah, that one's really hard to pronounce. But anthracite coal is really cool because it actually just comes from a few counties around Philadelphia, well, just outside of Philadelphia a little bit, up in the area around Mokchuk, which I forgot where it is, somewhere up here somewhere. But anyways, in a few of those counties, they were able to dig out anthracite coal, and anthracite coal is practically smokeless, but it also burns slowly, so you have to have a lot of it to be able to get some heat from it, but it burns for a very long time. So that was the coal that really started off the Industrial Revolution in the United States, but over in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which is now a hellhole, by the way. It actually has a lot to do with the coal industry as to why it's a hellhole now. But Pittsburgh was the first city in America to actually use coal as its primary fuel source, and it used bituminous, if I'm pronouncing, yeah, bituminous. There we go. R.A., that girl Chicago got it right. Thank you so much. But it is bituminous coal that they were using in Pittsburgh, but that was the coal that largely built the Industrial Revolution out from its very beginning after anthracite coal really started it. But it was a really cool history because there's different grades of coal, there's different compositions of coal, like some coal is more sulfur heavy than others, and so when you burn it, it smells like sulfur, or it smells more so, as they called it, brimstone at the time. That's where the fire and brimstone sermons come from, by the way. Brimstone actually means sulfur. So it was really cool and like interesting history to read how all of that went and how much coal had on an impact. And coal still has a massive impact. I mean, most of y'all are probably getting your electricity anywhere in America right now from a coal-powered power plant. And the coal-powered power plants of today are huge. Some of them actually use as much coal per year as pretty much the entirety of America did during any single given year in the 1890s. So it's really crazy to think about that. Coal usage in America now is actually some of the highest it's ever been. Really, around the world, it's the highest it's ever been, much like many other things. Like any given year, another interesting little historical fact about the United States in the modern day, to put this into perspective. In the modern day, on all U.S. railroads, we move more freight per year right now in 2024, last year, than the United States moved over the entirety of World War II. 3 times over in a single year, and that's just the normal year in the United States these days. We move 3 times more cargo in 2024 by rail than the entire 4 years the United States was in World War II, 3 times over.
Damn, that's big.
Yeah, that's crazy when you think about. Dang, man, you're getting like me.
Oh no, man, that was a sneeze. That wasn't a cough.
Oh, I thought you were coughing. I was like, oh no. I was like, no, don't get it. But still, really, like, I've been reading a lot of books lately. Matthew can tell y'all that I've been like digging into some books. I got some new ones. They were really interesting stuff. One of them was about American railroads and the history of those railroads and railroad equipment and operations. And then the other one was about the history of coal, and specifically coal in Britain and the United States. So those books were incredibly interesting. And then I knocked out another one today that was showing railroad maps and how the railroads of the world largely evolved to deal with certain kinds of industrial demands. And then now I'm moving on to a new book, which is why I was talking about the Chaebols, about the economic miracle of South Korea. They're all really interesting. Like, I've really been engrossed in them. They're really interesting books. And I'm already having some more books on the way right now that are going to talk about nuclear deterrence as a diplomatic strategy. I believe that another, you know what, let me go tell y'all. I'll tell y'all what the books are, because there's some really interesting stuff in some of these books. And I'd highly recommend that y'all just read a load about anything and everything that has to do with how our modern world works, because it's always interesting to have a little bit of a more in-depth understanding of how everything functions. So right now.
I want to read that book, that book by Bob Woodward called War, about the behind the scenes of the Ukraine war situation over the past like couple of years. I think I want to read that book.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking about getting it yesterday.
I actually have 3 more books on the way. They've been postponed because of the snow, so now they're expected to be here by the 14th of January. They were supposed to be here today. But one of them is Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy. So speaking about nuclear weapons and their impact on foreign
Who
policy
wrote that
making.
book?
Who wrote that book? Henry Kissinger wrote that book.
Okay, I was about to say, it sounded vaguely familiar to a book I had to read in political science, but that's not it.
Yeah, this one is written by Henry Kissinger, and I know people are like, Henry Kissinger is a really polarizing person. People love him or they hate him. Some people say that he was the bringer of peace. Some people say he was a bastard. You know, there's no in between with this guy. But beyond that, the reason why I got that book is because Henry Kissinger, while people may love him or hate him, he certainly was a massive, influential diplomat in the United States during the Cold War, which is the period of time where that kind of a diplomatic strategy was being employed with nuclear deterrence. So I was thinking, if anyone would know how it kind of works or would be able to explain it, it probably would be Kissinger, if anyone else, because he was around when that was kind of being made as our foreign policy strategy. So I was like, that'll probably be an interesting read. The other one is actually the Federalist Papers. That's a classic. Like, the people read the Federalist Papers back in school, but only a couple of them. The reason why I wanted to get all of them was so that way I could see in depth on every version of the Federalist Papers, every single publication of it, what the founding fathers were speaking about with the formation of the Federal Republic, to get a little bit of a better understanding of how the U.S. is supposed to exist by the Federal Republic framework. And then the last book that's coming, this one's just really like out there. It's the Plan of Chicago that I was telling you all about, that was supposed to create a Paris of the Midwest after the Great Fire of Chicago. I got that book because I wanted to see what that urban planning model looked like, and also it's an entire book that the actual architect wrote on the plan that he had for Chicago that explained how the city functions would work, the basic necessities like sewage, electricity, gas lines, stuff like that, how they would all function. And I was like, that would be an incredibly interesting read, especially reading on how he was pretty much a City Beautiful guy, which was a movement in America to create beautiful city plans. And that's also why, to kind of throw this all around, that's why New York has Central Park, is because of the City Beautiful initiative or mindset that people were having during that time. If it wasn't for that mindset, Central Park wouldn't exist. It would just be more blocks of high rises in New York City. So pretty cool stuff, actually. So those are all the books that I'm getting, and they're hopefully all going to be equally interesting. And also, apparently, Matthew actually has some breaking news about the LA fire that's going on right now. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right. So unfortunately, we're getting some bad news coming out of LA right now about the fires breaking out there. So like we mentioned earlier, the fire has spread. It's the Palisade fire, which has spread actually. And it looks like the reports are saying that if this fire is not stopped soon, it could end up burning down Brentwood and Encino by tomorrow night, according to some of the reports we're seeing. Also, we're being told that if it jumps the 405, which is along the fire zone as well, all of Bel Air could also burn down by tomorrow night, and then it could roll into Beverly Hills, Hollywood, and Sherman Oaks in a worst-case scenario. So right now, the fire has somehow picked up dramatically. I guess the winds are back again or something like that. But they've also issued quite a few evacuations, mandatory evacuations, in the Encino area as it's moving over the ridge. So unfortunately, if you want to take a look at the map, it is on Twitter if you want to show the audience.
And let me see if I can go grab that map really quickly. Sorry, everyone, about the coughs. Hopefully they'll eventually go away. But let me see here if we can get that map. So, let's see here. I was actually distracted by something else about the Jeju air flight that famously exploded at the end of the runway. But here's the current evacuation orders right now. You can see Santa Monica, really north of Montana down here, which is under, well, actually about half of Santa Monica is under that evacuation order. You can then see that everything up to Interstate 405 is under evacuation order. That now includes the Getty. So everything around the Getty is being evacuated right now. And it appears now that over the other side of the hill, here in Encino, most of Encino up to, well, let's see, there's Interstate, where is Interstate 405 through here?
It's right down the middle near the Getty, I think.
So yeah, there's Interstate 405. Sorry, I was getting confused there. This is actually Highway 101 here. So pretty much everything halfway up to Highway 101 is being evacuated. So about half of Encino is being evacuated at this point under mandatory evacuation orders. So unfortunately, it looks like, despite our best hopes, the Getty may actually become a victim of the fire coming here in the near
Ah.
future. Hopefully, they'll be able to move out any of the precious artworks that are in the Getty to a safe location here very soon. I have a feeling that's probably going to be a priority because generally works of art and other cultural artifacts, if you want to call it that, usually are given high priority to be removed and evacuated to save them from any incoming fires or blazes. Unfortunately, that was not able to be done for the Getty Villa, but from what we understand, the Getty Villa was actually skipped over, very fortunately somehow, in a miracle nearly, by the fire. It pretty much swept around the Getty Villa, into the buildings beyond it, and then straight down towards Malibu without ever touching the Getty Villa. So that was a very lucky thing. For that matter, a lot of Greek and Roman artifacts, 40,000 of them, as a matter of fact, were saved by not being touched by that fire. But now it appears that the Getty is under threat, and hopefully they'll be able to move out those artifacts so that way we're not playing a game of Russian roulette as to whether the fire will burn them down or spare them. But
Also, Michael Thomas asked in the live chat, he said, has the National Guard been increased? And yes, the National Guard has been deployed to Los Angeles, but to my understanding, though, they've been deployed in a law enforcement capacity to stop the looting from breaking out, which was becoming a bit of a problem. And according to what we're hearing now, we really haven't heard an update on that about whether or not the looting has been curtailed or not. But the good news is, at least the positive side of things, is the Air Force should have most of their firefighting C-130s in the air by tomorrow. So that might be a big help to actually putting the fires out, or at least preventing them from jumping the 405 right there. Because if it jumps to 405, that would be the worst case scenario right there if it jumps that. And right now it looks like there's evacuation warnings across the 405, indicating that it might actually jump it. So if it does that, it's going for some very, very populated areas. That includes Beverly Hills, and if it jumps over any further than that, it could be right back in Hollywood again, where the Sunset Fire was just actually extinguished a short while back, mostly. So it's getting really bad. Right now, literally is a critical moment for the firefight. If it does not go good, we could see destruction worse than what we've seen so far.
And it is a very significant ordeal again. Once again, we're dealing with a national crisis at this point in LA. It's a horrendous one. It's still ongoing. And it's just crazy to think that really no matter what the best efforts are, for the large part, these fires are pretty much out of control because of the wind still. And hopefully people can just move out of the way of them before they get to them. That's at least what people are still saying at this point, because they're practically out of control. They're too large to control, even now. But still, let's see. I saw someone ask, did you live in LA? No, I never lived in LA. We've been there before. We were actually there last year in September for about a day or two. But it wasn't for incredibly long. And the only reason I know of anything in LA is because we were there in September. I would not know where anything was at all if we hadn't been there. But what is actually the most bizarre and crazy thing is that pretty much everywhere the fires are at right now, we physically saw with our eyes. Like, we didn't see shit outside of Hollywood, the Beverly Hills, and Santa Monica, and pretty much everything north of this hill range here that the Palisades has moved across. We saw all of this stuff that the fires are affecting right now, which is the most bizarre thing. Because we got to see it all before we got affected by the fire. We didn't see Compton. We didn't see South Los Angeles. We didn't see Anaheim. We didn't see Irvine. We didn't see any of those places. We didn't see San Bernardino. We just saw this northern area of Los Angeles. We got on the train, and then we saw Glendale, Burbank, and let's see, what else? We saw the area near to the Kenneth fire. We didn't really see the area around the Hearst fire. The train didn't really go there. But we saw this whole
Thousand
area.
Oaks, we saw that. We saw Thousand Oaks too.
Yeah, we saw Thousand Oaks. We saw all of those places on the train, or we were physically there, literally walking around or riding around on a bus. So it's really wild to see that a lot of the areas that we physically saw in LA with our own eyes are on fire right now. That's really why we even know a lot of, well, I know a lot about the geography of this area on the southern end, near to the Beverly Hills, is because we went there. If it wasn't for that, I would have no clue what I was talking about right now. I would know the names and I would familiarize myself with them like we do with stuff in Ukraine. But it's another thing having gone there and knowing what it looks like, and then knowing that it's burning to the ground right there, right now. That's a totally different thing to deal with, because you kind of know what it looks like, and then you are feeling really bad about it because you know what's going to be missed by many in the future. They won't see what we saw. They're going to either see a completely burnt out husk or something entirely different in the future. So I hope that answers that question well for you as to why we may know a good deal about these areas of LA. It's because we actually went there and saw them, and it wasn't that long ago either. That's weird, Matthew. You know, like some of the things that we've seen and done before, it's weird to think that those are times of a bygone era or moments right before something big happened. Like when we went to Britain, back in 2018 and 2019, we rode. Well, well, actually, we all rode on a train called the Class 43. And what was the weirdest thing was that we rode those trains just 2 months before they were completely retired from service. And a lot of people in Britain treated that like a big ordeal because those trains have been in service for about 50 years and were an icon of Britain, and they were being retired literally right after we left in 2018. And then when we went to LA, and of course train stuff isn't really as big as a fire, but when we went to LA, we saw all this stuff, looked at it with our own eyes, left, and then just about 3 months later, most of it's burned down to the ground. It's just
And
a
you know what I said? You know what I said? I said maybe we ought to go look at the. Also, there's something popping behind me. It sounds like maybe the walls or something. It's very cold over here, but I was actually telling everybody. I said maybe we ought to go look at the Beverly Hills and drive through there and take a look and stuff and to see it while we're here because we might not be back in a while. Everybody said, "Oh no, don't worry. Like it'll be there. You'll always have time to return back to it in the rest of your life." It's like, well, it's like for once, it may not be there if the fire jumps to 405. It may not actually be there later to actually take a look at it. Hopefully, it doesn't get that bad, but it looks like it's actually possibly getting that bad with the evacuation warnings being on that side of the interstate.
Man, you know, it's weird because there's all these modern architectural styles, old classical buildings like the Greystone Mansion, right here. You know, that could just be burned to the ground and never seen again by anyone. And it's really weird to think that this all may just cease to exist one day. Not the first time that's happened in California. There's actually been a lot of things that were huge events for their time that were destroyed in California due to one reason or another. But it really is just crazy to think that eventually, coming around, Beverly Hills may be gone. Other places that we saw, you know, we actually did see will be gone. Like a decent amount of Santa Monica's already gone. Pretty much everything in north of Montana has been burned. And it's just weird. I mean, it's bizarre.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, very sad too to not be able to even see that. Now, of course, seeing it is one thing, but there's people living there that are actually getting burned out of their homes. And I saw the videos coming out today of the people returning to their homes. It is just very, very sad. The people that have lived here for like 40 and 50 years in these places where these houses were at, they're returning to their home, literally just standing in front of it in disbelief, just staring at the foundation that's left behind. Nothing left. It's like completely flattened like a nuke hit it and literally lost everything. Like several people were saying they didn't have insurance because it was too hard to get it or they couldn't get it. And they lost every dime they had, including their childhood memories of the place, their photos, their computers, all their personal belongings, their house, their car, everything was lost. It's like, how do you get back up for something like that? I don't even understand like how you regroup from that.
I don't even know how either. Hopefully someone out there can help them, like the federal government, but sometimes, to be entirely honest with you, well, I'm a patriot, that's asking too much sometimes, and sometimes you're just left high and dry and screwed by practically everyone. But that's kind of a sad reality. I hope that's not the case, because we've already heard of something stupid today that really pissed me off. Some of you all may have heard about it. I'll touch on it really quickly because I don't think this is political. I think this is just speaking about good character in values. But some people may have heard that the fire chief of Los Angeles, she was saying today that the mayor wasn't really doing enough, in her opinion, to really help out or really help out the fire department or really anyone in the city. So the mayor, in the middle of a crisis, called the fire chief to her office in the middle of Los Angeles and then fired the fire chief because they said something not positive about the mayor. Now,
They're disputing that now, by the way, as well. Like the mayor's office won't confirm that, and also some people were speculating maybe she's being forced to resign, maybe she got fired. But right now, it sounds like they're denying it. But at the same time, they didn't show up to a press briefing, neither the mayor nor the fire chief.
I would have to be honest with you. It sounds as though there's a decent amount of public backlash coming out, so now the mayor's office is trying to back off of that. But I'll tell y'all that sometimes, in my personal experience, mayors can be the biggest sons of bitches you'll ever meet. Like they beat people in Congress, even, because a lot of people know that people in Congress can be vicious on the federal side, but on the city side, that's where politics is the most vicious, especially in big metropolises like this. People can be just bastards, like especially the mayors. And it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to me, with my own personal experience of trying to deal with a city government of my own on a much smaller level, that actually happened. I would not doubt that at all. But I would be honest with you all. If that happened, the folks in Los Angeles, next time a mayoral election comes around, ought to vote her ass out if that actually happened. Hell in her high water. Go find I'm not saying go vote for the other party for the folks in LA, but if there is an option even in that party to just get a different candidate and just pretty much throw the mayor out, I'd do it. Because a mayor like that is more focused on ego and image than they are actually benefiting their city, and that's not a mayor. That's just some egotistical asshole. So with that, I hope that addresses that well if that did happen. But that was something I heard today, and I was like, well, that just sounds like bullshit. Because it's like the fire chief is doing everything they can, and there's in the middle of an of a major civil crisis, the biggest one we've seen in this country in years. And so the mayor's going to go, "You hurt my feelings in the middle of this crisis, so I'm going to remove you from your position." It's like, what an ass. Like, if that really did happen, we'll see. But if that really did happen, I'm majorly disappointed by that, and that is certainly not what a mayor should do and especially in the middle of a civil crisis. But with that, I hope that addresses that fairly well. We'll see if that happened. I heard that happened, but we'll make sure to double check that and circle around. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to Leora Abigail, a longtime channel legend. And I just remember when I said her name that time, we've butchered the hell out of Leora's last name, and we've finally gotten it right after all these times. So thank goodness we've remembered it this time. But thank you very much, Leora, once again for that massive $100 donation, one of the largest ones of the night. And Leora said in the past, acoustic weapons were being used, according to retired Army Lieutenant Colonel, who led the Pentagon investigation into these incidents, and confident that Russia is behind these attacks, and that they are a part of a worldwide campaign. Now, let me try to expand the super chat real quick while my mouse is not cooperating. Now, a worldwide campaign to neutralize U.S. officials.
And I thank you so much for the massive support, Leora Abigail. And I would have to say, I'm so sorry for the coughs, but I would have to say that that seems to be likely to me. Usually the Russians are behind some sort of clandestine things like a brain scrambler, which is pretty much what the Havana syndrome system is. And it's incredibly aggravating to hear that was swept under the rug. If an attack like that is happening, I get that the United States doesn't want to have to deal with a public outcry of blood, because generally the U.S. government wants to avoid a conflict. But that is something that a conflict should arise over. Y'all all know that I'm not really one to get into the political weeds when we're talking about an attack on an American citizen, much less a government official. Those government officials, especially people who are in the president and vice president office, are elected officials of the United States, voted by the Republic to lead this nation for the next 4 years. An attack on those people is an attack on the nation itself and its ability to govern. It's an attack on democracy is what it is, and it's an attack on self-representation. And some people were questioning earlier, well, who was this person that got attacked in one of those offices? Well, it's actually the current sitting vice president that was attacked a while ago, I believe in Havana, if I'm correct, Matthew. It was somewhere around that area. Her and her staff were attacked with some form of this weapon, and then the proof or the existence of this weapon was denied by the government, and they said that it didn't exist or something along those lines.
She allegedly got hit by it along with her staff, and she was actually missing for some time, and people were speculating maybe she's recovering from the symptoms of the device, whatever it is. But nobody ever got confirmation, and got swept under the rug, and pretty much every staff member that said they had symptoms from it, they were written off as having personal issues or something like that. They were basically brushed under the rug.
And that's something that we have to remember here. Happened against the vice president of the United States of America. Now, people can like or dislike the vice president, but we do have to remember that person was elected by a large majority by the nation to represent the country along with the president. That is an attack on us all, whether you voted for her or not, because it could have been equally likely that could have been the vice president of the other candidate that could have won the last election, and that vice president would have been attacked as well. That is an attack on this nation and our representation as a people by a foreign power that has absolutely no reason to be conducting an attack like that. That is just messed up beyond compare. I would say that no matter who was attacked in the vice president's office, whether it was the current vice president, the last vice president, or the next one incoming. If any of them, or the president for that matter, or any government official, the Secretary of State, or the Chief of Staff, if anyone was attacked with that kind of a weapon, that is an attack on the United States of America and should be treated that way. That's what I would personally believe. But it seems as though the U.S. government tried to downplay that. I'm guessing by the orders of the office of the president, specifically so that way there was no major consequence to that. Although I feel like people ought to understand that playing stupid games like that with the United States will always create severe consequences. That's why they ought to not do it. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. I thank you so much for the massive support, Leroy Abigail, and helping this channel to keep on running, because that would be my position on that sort of an ordeal. And if it is the Russians, I believe that the United States should take swift, aggressive action against the Russian Federation for such a belligerent act. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Marlene Mercer, LSA, who puts in a $28 donation. And thank you very much, Marlene, as well, for always supporting the channel and always being here in the live chat as well. And Marlene said, keep up the great reporting, and we love you guys. And thank you very much for the kind words, Marlene. We love y'all too.
And thank you so much for the support, Marlene, and thank you for the kind words. It really does mean a lot, and I got to thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to That Mom, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, That Mom, for that support as well. They said, call your family. You never know how long you got them, and glad you're feeling better, Enforcer.
Hey, and thank you so much, That Mom, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it is good to feel better. I still got a cough. Some of y'all are probably hearing that throughout the whole stream, and I'm very sorry about that. I'm not trying to sound like I'm like, rickets ridden or something like that, like I'm some sort of a industrial era coal worker. But beyond that, sadly, I can't really control that. But it is good to feel better. And make sure to call your family, because you never know when they're going to be around or when they're not. Although some people are probably in positions where they might not be on talking condition with their family for reasons or others, and if that's the case, that's fine. But if you're not in that kind of position, make sure to call your family, because people need to know that you appreciate them. But still, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. Also, really quickly, I do want to address something. Someone said, that's not true. It wasn't swept anywhere. There's a whole public report on it. That's not true. There was a public report on it, but it was largely downplayed. They said it appears to be some sort of a incident of psychosis, and that was what the public report was that everyone got. They didn't say that it was a directed energy weapon used by an adversary like the Russian Federation. That was heavily downplayed, and that's what was stated today. That was entirely different. That caught a lot of the public off guard, is that they said, we're now going to be advising the incoming president-elect on directed energy weapons and how they've been used against U.S. government officials in the past, which now means that story that it was some sort of a psychosis or a group psychosis is not true, and it was in fact a directed energy weapon, much like some people were saying. So that is true. That
That's right. That's right. They said it was mass hysteria. They said it was like some type of like rare mass hysteria event where all the government employees believed they got hit by a weapon and they were displaying physical symptoms. They were trying to pass it off as like the Salem witch hunt or something like that.
Yes, that is exactly what happened. And I remember that when it happened, because everyone was like, what the hell happened? Because everyone heard, the vice president and a whole group of her aides were stricken down with some sort of an affliction. It was a horrendous one, apparently. And we were all like, what the hell happened with that? And then some people were like, it's some sort of a new weapon being used by our adversaries to pretty much cook their brains. And we were like, well, this sounds crazy as shit. And people were freaking out. And then the U.S. government came out and said, look, calm down, it was bad, yeah, but it looks like it's some sort of psychosis. They'll be fine, and they'll eventually recover from it. And then other diplomats were getting stricken down with it. Some ambassadors in foreign countries were getting stricken down with it, and they were still going, it looks like some sort of psychosis, maybe stress from the job or something like that's really, inducing this on people. And so then we went, that sounds a little weird. That doesn't really sound like it's plausible, because no one's ever been stricken down with an affliction like this from stress before in any of these government offices. And now they're saying that it is some sort of a directed energy weapon, which is changing the story.
I got the receipts. I got the receipts, by the way. October 26, 2021, from the New York Times. It says many scientists say that the Havana syndrome is much more likely a mass psychogenic illness, a phenomenon in which people become sick because they believe it in their minds. Let's see here. Here's another one from the Scientific American. It said, one holds the reported AHI events result from mass psychogenic illness, sometimes called mass hysteria, where real symptoms spread because of psychological things. So it looks like it was being reported as that. And that report was as recent as 2024, actually. So, until they just said that literally today, they believed it might have been mass hysteria. That was the story going around.
Yeah, that was largely the story going around. And also, Matthew, can you look into the claim that apparently there was some later report that did claim there was a directed energy weapon? Because I was not privy to that one if it existed and didn't know about it. Because the first time I ever heard the government admit that it was a directed energy weapon was today when they said they were going to brief the president on it.
Yeah, it was today. It was the first time we ever heard about it. So I don't know which one anyone else is talking about, but we just heard of that today that they confirmed it.
And so I hope that's the best we can give, because I know that right now there's a debate that there was two reports. The first one said it was psychosis or hysteria, and then the second one said there's a directed energy weapon. But unfortunately, Matthew and me do not know of that report, if it exists, and have never heard about it. The first time we ever heard that it was a directed energy weapon admitted by the government was today, and that's why we brought it up and brought up that it was a big deal. The government has its reason. Of course, everyone can admit lying isn't great. Everyone's probably going to be unhappy to hear that the government lied about this and covered it up, because it doesn't really make the government seem really credible or trustworthy. But I'm fairly certain that they did have their reasons for covering up, possibly trying to avoid a major conflict or something along those lines. But nevertheless, my counter to that is that if we wanted to avoid a major conflict, we shouldn't have idiots firing microwaves at our head officials like the vice president to make an issue out of. If they're doing that, the public should know, and the public has a right to be outraged, and the public has a right to demand that heads roll in Russia. I think that would be a fairly reasonable things to say, in my opinion, because we shouldn't be tolerating and swiping under the rug attacks on public officials, especially officials in the office of the vice president. That's a fairly significant ordeal. And also, someone said, oh man, who's voting for the vice president? Well, hell, I mean, if you go vote, they're both on the ticket. You're voting for the president and the vice president on the same ticket. So if you're voting for the president, you're voting for the vice president. So that is an elected representative that you voted for. So an attack on that person is just like an attack on the president. It's an attack on self-determining governments, and it's an attack on this republic. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again for the support, though, and helping this channel to keep on running, Leor Abigail. And I hope that was a very good answer and a very good rabbit hole on that specific topic. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, Activista said nobody believed it was mass hysteria. Me personally, I didn't either when they said that. I was like, there's no way that's mass hysteria. No way those people in the government are making all this up. It was too convenient of a explanation to basically just explain it away. So I didn't believe it either. So I'm with you. But moving on here to our next super chat. This one goes to Andrew Barbro, who puts in a very generous $50 donation. And thank you very much, Andrew, for the third ever super chat on our live stream. And we appreciate that very much. Also, one thing I've not seen in a long time, Andrew, is the Smurfs. It looks like you have Papa Smurf as your profile picture. That has brought back childhood memories for me seeing that. It's been a long time since I've seen that cartoon. So thank you very much for the support. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also gotta say it has been a long time since I've seen Papa Smurf as well. But I gotta thank you so much for the support, Andrew Baba. You didn't throw in a comment, but I saw you throwing in some kind words in the live chat, and I gotta say that we're massively appreciative of that. And I gotta thank you so much once again for being a dedicated member of the Lee Spring Army. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And a massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Avari Mendebrana, yet another channel legend. And thank you very much, Avari, for that $20 support. He said, have you had a chance to research the standalone complex? It is a way of explaining the underlying currents that may spawn or orchestrated seemingly unrelated events. Fictional examples include Ghost in the Shell.
I gotta thank you for the support. I actually have not looked into that incident. I'll largely have to declare ignorance on that one, Avari Mendebrana, but it does sound incredibly interesting and something that I probably will look into here in the near future. But to be honest with you, on my list of books What I'm really moving for right now is stuff that would pertain to administration. So things like transportation, infrastructure, city planning, stuff like that. That's generally why my books are revolving around that kind of stuff, because I want to have a bit of a good grasp on the things that deal with governance and administration. And a lot of those things are critical to governance and administration these days, and having a better understanding of the country. But that also sounds like it would be a very interesting thing to understand too. So I might have to throw in a book for that and try and read about it, because it sounds like it would be very interesting. But still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Very interesting question of Ari Mandabradas. And Singularity just put in all caps, trains! I wish we could go in a rabbit hole for that. We are pressed for time, sadly. But I could talk about trains for a good bit, because the book I read about it was wildly interesting. I'll be honest with you, it's actually it was equally interesting as the book on coal. And I actually thought when I got that book, I only got one. I was planning on getting a couple, and I only got one, because I was like, maybe it's going to be boring, and so I might just want to get one. It was actually wildly interesting from start to finish. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Rebel117, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Rebel, as well for that support. They said coffee, pizza, and cough drops fund. And my question is, why are you guys in separate rooms when there is a way to be in the same room and not have any lag issues? And Rebel, it is literally this simple. We can't be in the same room because, number one, we distract each other. And number two, I have to be able to see the actual screen share from Discord to see his monitor. And I can't actually hook up a physical wire to his computer. Otherwise, there will be a delay between Discord and a delay between the mic input going back to the main computer. So it's actually not that simple. It actually sounds somewhat complicated, but that's why we can't be in the same room. It's literally like that. Mainly, honestly, because it would be distracting. Now, Enforcer's loud, and I'm kind of loud too when I have my
really
headphones
loud.
on. Yeah, he's really loud. So you'd be hearing like a double echo coming through. So it sounded like a good idea. We've thought about it before, but it never really worked out. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's the exact same answer I'd have to give. And also, something that doesn't translate over the microphone is that I'm wildly loud. Like, sometimes folks that are in rooms with me, like in my normal talking volume, it's so loud, it like shatters people's eardrums and they're wincing. Like, that's how loud I am in real life. So, if any of y'all ever run into me in real life, you'll probably notice, like, damn, he's loud as hell. And it's just naturally how I am. I'm just extremely loud. And that's not by any attempt to me to try and be obnoxious by being loud. It's just what I happen to, it's just how I talk. So, you know, that's the best way I can put it. And also, for me to be able to fluctuate my voice, that requires me to get louder. Like, I don't know what it is, but the quieter I get talking, the more monotone I get, and I cannot control it. Like, I cannot fluctuate my voice when I get quieter. So I have to really push a lot of air through my vocal cords, which means I'm way louder than I even normally am, to be able to fluctuate my voice like I do on air. So that's also, like, really, to me, that's like the number one reason why we can't be in the same room, because Matthew's eardrums would probably be bleeding by the time I'm done. And that's also bleeding, like BLEEDING. But bleeding, yes. But still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel keep it running. And thank you for supporting the coffee, pizza, and many other things fund, because we really do. Honestly, Matthew, I'm kind of craving a stuffed crust pizza right now, like the way I make it, you know, with like the sausage, the pepperoni, and the bacon on it. Like, that sounds so good right now.
Man, I tell you what I'm craving. I'm craving for our house to stop falling apart, because the actual stairs are apparently separating from the wall behind me. That's what this popping noise is I've been hearing. And apparently it's so cold outside, it's causing the wood to shrink and contract, and it's causing it to like pop away from the wall. So I'm apparently hearing paint snapping behind me, which is kind of concerning to hear. But hopefully it stays together. It's apparently put together by glue.
Oh, that's great. Well, you know, they always talk about that tofu dread construction. I guess we found it. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Clausen, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you, Clausen, as well for that support, and we appreciate it. They said, just a tip to your best two guys in the news business. And thank you very much, Clausen. That's very high praise right there. They said, take a question from the chat if it's not too late, and a work-life balance is a must, and LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And that's very kind tips from you. But sadly, I gotta say, reality is a little different. Work-life balance is great, and I really am a big fan of it. However, we have bills to pay, and we've tried to make them as cheap and affordable as possible. Yet still, things are not that easy. So work-life balance is very hard to achieve when bills are on the line, and bills may end up being unpaid if we aren't working most times. So that's kind of that's kind of also a bit of the issue as well with that kind of a deal. But also, I just love what we do, and when you love what you do, you really don't work. So it makes it a lot easier to be able to just keep hammering the stuff out day in and day out with streams and short war summaries and everything else in between. But still, thank you
I
so
do
much.
this 24/7 too. Like I actually enjoy it. Like to me, honestly, I would actually rather be doing this than other stuff, like just goofing off or like hanging out somewhere. I'd rather be doing this. Like you'll see throughout the day, I'm constantly on Twitter gathering and compiling the news myself. And also when I make the short war videos every other day, I'm doing that throughout the entire middle of the day. And then we jump on the streams after that. So to me, I think it's honestly, it's like blending the two together. It's like work and fun at the same time. Unfortunately, not everybody can say that about their job that they like to do it. So some people really need the work-life balance because they hate their job and they need to get away from it. But luckily for us, that's really not the case. We actually enjoy it.
Yeah, so it's really a blessing because like I never really complain about working. Like there are some times though, I'll be honest, like behind the scenes, we ended up working so much for so long that Matthew would be like, "Oh, gee, we can't wait for Monday," because we're like we're not like hating the job, we're just exhausted and need to get a little breather. But for the large part, I just absolutely love what I do. Matthew does too, and that's why we're always working at this 24/7 is because it's something we're actually really interested in. Like most of the time, like right now today, like I'll be walking through and Matthew will be like, "Man, did you hear about that giant Ukrainian drone attack? I mean, that's really significant, probably doing some damage to the Russian economy." And we'll talk about it. Like we love what we do so much. We talk about the news before we even get on air to cover the news. But still, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support. And also, just to address one tiny thing really quickly, because I've seen some people talking about it. Yes, we did get snow, and it was a lot of it for Alabama. It was like a couple of inches of snow. Like all the roads were iced over. No one's even working down here right now because all of the businesses shut down because of the snow. So that's like it's crazy because we actually got out on the streets today. By the way, we were safe. We didn't like spin out or anything or get killed. We're here. But it was crazy. No one was out. Like all the businesses were shut down. It's like the city was abandoned. It was wild. But anyways, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
I love to drive on the road when it's snowing and icing. I personally love it. That's just me, though. But anyways, jumping into our next super chat. This one goes to Christopher Walls, who throws in his first ever super chat on the channel as well. And thank you very much, Christopher, for that $20 support and listening to us and enjoying it so much you chose to support us. And we really do appreciate that once again. And a huge shout out to all of our first-time super chatters tonight. There's actually been quite a few. And thank you very much, Christopher, for being one of them. But Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support and being one of the first-time supporters tonight. And I got to thank you massively for it because while you didn't throw in a comment, the support means a lot, and we're absolutely appreciative of it. And I got to thank you so much once again because if it was not for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And this one, it goes to Jay Duffner, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Jay, as well, for that support. Sadly, though, I do not see any comment left behind from Jay, so there's sadly nothing to address with this one. But once again, thank you very much, Jay, for that support and helping to keep us running. And I was desperately trying to scroll back up to make sure this was not your first ever super chat. It is actually your first ever super chat. I was about to say it wasn't, but thank you very much, Jay, for that first time support as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I got to thank you for your first support ever. You're one of many tonight. It's actually rare for most of the super chatters to be brand new. But I got to thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because folks like you make this thing possible day in and day out. And so I got to give you a massive round of appreciation once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Terrence Custer, a longtime channel legend who puts in a 10 and says, I love the afternoon news updates and the evening streams.
And I thank you so much for the support, and I thank you for enjoying the updates. I'll be honest with y'all, today we were actually pretty concerned about the midday update because it looked as though it was going to do terribly. Like, we thought it was maybe going to get like 30,000 views. We didn't even know what was happening, and we thought that YouTube had literally just thrown us off the algorithms for good. But interestingly enough, the video grew slowly today. It's actually going to get up to about 150,000 views, which is a lot of people, crazily enough. And that's, to us, like, crazily to us, that's the smallest video we've made in months. Like, literally months. Like, I think the smallest video we've had like that was back in... October or well, actually, I think it was back in September of last year. So it was a little wild because I remember back in the day when we were hitting like 60,000 views. Remember that, Matthew, when we would make a video and it would hit like 60,000 views and we would go mental because we thought that it was going viral.
We thought that was big time, like when we hit 60,000. I remember back in the day, I hit a video that was like, I think it was like 110,000 views or something. It was like the first time we'd ever done that. And I was like, oh my God. I was like freaking out, showing Andrew the studio and all that, all the views counts and stuff. And like, I was like, dang, we had one that hit 110. And now we have videos that have hit into the 600,000s.
700, actually.
Yeah, 700s. And it's like, shoo, we've just like, you know, it's also a bad thing too, because then your goals become a little bit lofty at that point. There's nothing wrong with having lofty goals, but that also puts a little pressure on you too. Because then you're like, okay, like 110 used to be crazy good for videos back in the day, but now we got to jump it up to 400 and such. And now when it doesn't hit 400, now it's like, oh man, what happened? What happened? But it just turns out this is the way YouTube is. It goes through ebbs and flows. Sometimes videos do good, sometimes they do bad. Sometimes people are not interested in the topic you're covering. It just depends on the actual video itself. So it's just all part of the game.
Yeah, it's wild though when we really think about it in context that I was just looking at, Matthew. All of our videos that have gotten more than 200,000 views are in the top 90 videos made on the channel. We've made, I think, 500 videos. So it's very recently that the numbers have gotten that high. And then we look at like a video that isn't getting a 250,000 views or 250,000 views or more, like this one. And today we were panicking. We were like, oh, what did YouTube just like drop us off the algorithms? And then we look around and we're still doing at that rate better than most other channels that cover world news. And I'm like, well, we're pretty lucky then. It's weird. And also one thing that's also really weird about this video is that it just kind of soldiered on throughout the day. I don't know if you saw that, Matthew, but it actually just kind of like just kept trucking. I don't know how to explain it. But it actually didn't do that bad in the end. And I was like, that's really weird how that happened today.
Yeah, it is weird. I'm glad it jumped up there as well.
Oh, and also a lot of people are saying, well, you know, videos do well or bad off of percentage of view time. Well, it's not doing bad. I can promise you all that. Like, this thing has about a 50% view duration rate, which is what would be a perfect metric for a viral video. People are watching this 20-minute long video, I think it's like 23 actually, for an average of 10 minutes and 15 seconds. So that's approximately 50%. So it's doing incredibly well in that metric. It's just that, and this is what we knew going into today, is that the LA fire is dominating YouTube's algorithms right now because it's a major civil emergency. And for that reason, our channel isn't really being pushed as much as it normally is. So that we've understood at this point. We're like, okay, well, that's what's going on. We're not getting knocked out of the algorithm. It's just that we're getting sidetracked in the algorithm because of the major thing going on in LA, which deservedly so is major news. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here goes to R.A. That Girl Chicago, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, That Girl Chicago, for the support. And they said, what are your thoughts on China being our initiative in Jamaica, so close to our nation's capital? And do you think this poses an imminent danger to us?
I would say that it poses some danger, but considering that the Chinese initiative in Cuba seems to be a lot more concerning, the Jamaican one's more of a sideshow, in my opinion. It's not really that big of a deal. The Cuban one is the major deal to me because there's listening posts that we're understanding that are being constructed in Cuba, and that could end up posing a national security risk in the future. But I would generally say that both of them are a security risk, considering that it's in the Gulf of, well, generally in the Caribbean, but kind of the Gulf of Mexico, but honestly the Caribbean. But anyways, with that, I hope that does answer that well. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat goes to D, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, D, for that support, and we appreciate it. And they said, you keep saying Russia is spreading this information, and I'm so confused by that. And what's the information they're spreading by spreading this information? Help. And the one thing they're spreading, D, is basically they're spreading confusion. They're creating confusion in people. They don't know what the actual truth is. And that is the minimum goal for Russian misinformation, is to create a lot of confusion amongst the population so they don't know really what's going on. And the best case scenario is they convince people that Russia is right and that invading a foreign country that's sovereign is a noble thing to do, and that Russia is simply the victim. That's what their ultimate goal is to try to convince people of that. So That's what they're doing. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, there's loads more than that. Matthew hit it dead on the nail with what he was talking about, but there's even loads more. Russia likes to conduct a misinformation campaign inside the United States to misinform certain parts of the public. Now, I'll be honest with y'all. I'm not blind. The Russians specifically target a certain political group inside the United States, and that's kind of their niche, is getting into that group and further radicalizing it. That's not to say, though, that the other side is faultless, because if you take a couple of steps back and you look at the United States domestic political environment from a third-person perspective and really scrutinize it, you can see that the People's Republic of China really backs up one political side, gets entrenched deep into it, and further radicalizes it, and the Russians do that to the opposite side. Because, interestingly enough, I'm sure many people can see it, the far fringes of both political extremes, one's moving towards fascism and the other's moving towards communism. And who are the major fascist and communist powers that exist in the world right now? The major communist one is China, and the major fascist one is Russia. So you can clearly see that both of them are involved in propagating and radicalizing their specific, I guess you could say, political sphere of the United States, especially the folks who are susceptible to radicalism, and then pushing them deeper on down the divide. That's really what's going on in this country, and people are blind to it and completely consumed by it, which is just so concerning to see, for me at least, because, you know, we dealt with someone who's been a longtime viewer last night that I'd say perfectly drank up the Russian side of the Kool-Aid without even knowing it. And then there's other people who've been on this channel before that drank the Chinese side of the Kool-Aid and didn't know it either. But beyond that, though, also, thank you, Matthew, for letting me know that. But also, another thing that I want to point out to a lot of people about that is that there's a great deal of misinformation that goes on, but both sides get down to the same message. Both the communists and the fascists do when they get down to it, is that a democratic society, or a democratic system like America's, is weak. It's decrepit and it's feeble, and that we need to create or adapt an authoritarian system like Russia or China's, because authoritarianism, a dictatorship, but of their design, a fascist or a communist one, is good, and every other system is bad. And those are the things that I see the most, that are the greatest forms of disinformation in this country. And there's so many people that say stupid things like America's truly fallen, we're not even a major power anymore, Russia and China are laughing at us, because by every metric, they fear us, quite truly. We are more powerful than them in every single way, especially more powerful than Russia in every single metric. Population, economy, military, industrial ability, all of these things, oil production, we are far greater than Russia than all of them. We are far greater than China's abilities in most metrics as well. And the Chinese and the Russians want to make Americans believe through a misinformation and propaganda campaign that their country is weak and dying, and that they should overthrow the government and bring forward some sort of an authoritarian dictatorship of a communist or fascist design, because it would be within America's benefit. Although the reality is that that would clearly be in America's detriment, and anyone believing those lies is only propagating a further un-American objective and really prerogative, and eventually leading to the decline of the country. That's what's truly leading to the fall of the nation, is the move to radicalism and not standing steadfast with our with the fellow citizenry against our adversaries globally. That's really what the issue is to me. But I'll never succeed in a world like that these days, because you go to one direction, you go to one political camp, you go to the one being influenced by the Chinese, and you're not a commie. So, you know, to hell with you, screw you, get out, you asshole, you're just like any of the fascists. Then you go over to the fascist camp and you're like, hey, let's be reasonable here. And then they're like, oh, you're a damn commie because you're not a full-on fascist. Go over to the communist side, you little shit. And then you end up getting stuck in the middle, and you can't talk to anyone because no one listens to reason anymore. They just listen to senseless radicalism. So with that, I hope that does answer that well, at least as far as the misinformation I see that is the most damaging in reality, because Russian disinformation on Ukraine is pretty see-through. The disinformation that the Chinese and the Russians are making to different political extremities in the United States is pervasive, and it's something that people don't even realize until you really take a step back and look at it in an unbiased view. But with that, I hope that does address it.
You know that TikTok's probably about to get banned too. The Supreme Court's currently looking at that as well. And it looks like they're going to actually uphold the ban on TikTok, which means TikTok either has to sell to an American investment group, or they have to shut down. And it sounds like
they're shutting down.
it sounds like the parent company ByteDance is going to shut down versus actually selling to an American corporation. And what a hell of a capitalist business model that is. They would rather tank their whole business and screw the whole thing over rather than sell it. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like a propaganda app. That's what that sounds like to me. And it sounds like something that the government was running, probably to indoctrinate people. That's what it sounds like in my personal opinion. And also something that Klassen pointed out in the live chat is they actually have a different version of TikTok in China where apparently they promote science and STEM content to their people, but yet over here in America they promote like mindless garbage to the people on TikTok that's just time-wasting stupidity.
I've actually seen the Chinese TikTok. I've seen it. Like someone
It's
actually
called
got
something
onto
else,
it.
I think.
Huh?
I think it's called something else other than TikTok over there. It's called a different name.
I've seen it. It has the same logo, interestingly, but it is a different name. But from what I saw, there is educational and scientific content on there, but it's not all educational and scientific. There's like slapstick comedy stuff on there as well, but it's not to the severity of TikTok. And also the political ideology stuff on the Chinese TikTok, it doesn't allow for questioning of the government, which is a very big thing on the current TikTok, is that the current TikTok propagates many conspiracy theories against the government and telling you that you ought to distrust the government to the point you ought to overthrow it, you know, and bring forward some sort of an authoritarian dictatorship of some kind. That doesn't exist on the Chinese one because that would be a threat to the People's Republic of China, and so that kind of language is specifically verboten on the Chinese version of TikTok, which really tells you a lot. Also, it tells you a lot that when they said you have to divest to an American company or shut down, that they said they'd rather shut down, because that really does show what the actual use of TikTok was. It was not a social media platform. It was a propaganda and disinformation platform that was being used as a weapon ideologically by the CCP. That's very clear at this point, at least to me. And that's why I believe that the Supreme Court should uphold the ban.
And also the CEO who did the congressional hearings. Honestly, to me, I know some people are out there saying, "Oh, the senators and the Congress people, they don't know how the internet works," because a couple of them asked questions that were a little bit silly because they didn't understand it fully. But in my opinion, it looked like they had gone on a disinformation campaign about the hearings themselves because the CEO was being real slick. That guy was being real deceptive and real slick at the hearing. He was purposely being evasive to questions, and he was trying to act honestly like a smartass. Really, like, Senator, you don't know anything. I'm just trying to tell you the truth. You know, I'm not working for the Chinese or anything like that. And it's like, you know, he's trying to be slick. Me personally, I saw through it. I don't think the guy was being straight up, to be honest. He seemed like he was being a little evasive. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly which questions he was lying about, but you could tell just by his whole demeanor he was being deceptive. And people seem to have latched on that. I guess people that want TikTok to remain are like, "Oh, they're just bullying the TikTok CEO. He's just a innocent victim here, and they're bullying him in Congress." It's like, no. If we knew the whole truth, I think, about what TikTok actually was, because apparently the government knows something because they're really trying to ban it, and we're not privy to it. So apparently it's really subversive.
Well, I mean, one thing that's interesting, Matthew, is that when you read the Army's techniques, procedures on Chinese tactics, they specifically mention TikTok in psychological operations conducted by the PLA-SSF, which is the People's Liberation Army Special Support Forces, which conducts psychological operations. And they said, generally, the plan is that they would create Twitter accounts and YouTube channels and conduct this really in-depth and really complicated scheme to start trying to embed themselves ideologically inside the United States. But then they said the advent of home-created, Chinese-made social media platforms that exploded in the United States made this objective far easier for the PLA-SSF to achieve, and they were able to start pushing forward propaganda into the American public quite easily. And then it even went, and then the Army techniques, procedures even explained it's pretty much impossible to combat this because of the U.S. First Amendment, and so they're pretty much allowed at that point to continue to disseminate propaganda without any calls to stop them. So that was it was a very interesting thing to read. I was like, that's wild that they know that much about how they work, because they were saying that that's one of the Army said that that's one of the key threats the Chinese currently faces is ideologically warping the American public through CCP propaganda that is being very well disguised and then delivered to the American public in a more palatable way. And I was like,
Yeah,
that
and
is
also
just
a side effect. also a side effect of it is not only serving, pro CCP like videos on there to sort of lessen people up and sort of like, get their minds more pliable to it, but also TikTok, I believe, was the first platform to really start introducing that short form content where you can just sort of like flick through it, where it's like mind numbing, and it almost seems addictive to a certain extent, and also it really reduces your attention span quite a bit. Generally leading to what some people call brain rot is the unofficial term for it. And I could really see where that would be detrimental to like the intelligence of a society. Not trying to bash anybody who like likes to flip through what I call the funnies, but the funnies or the shorts are actually not very good for like maintaining a population that has a good attention span and that wants to consume real information. They want really quick dopamine hits, and that's not good for anybody.
Dude, I hate TikTok, honestly. Like, I hardly use it because every time I go on there, I don't get why the content's so short. I'm like, this doesn't even really convey anything. It's like thoughtless. I hated it. I got it and literally uninstalled it, I think, after like 3 days or something like that.
There was nothing but stupidity on there. I would flick through there, and some of the stuff that was popping, I was like, what the hell is that? I was like, and I keep flipping through, and I was like, this is just like nothing but honestly a cesspool. I don't even know what this is. People like dancing like on the sidewalks and like in the middle of a crowded street. It's like I understand like nothing wrong with dancing, but it's like why are they making a whole career out of like dancing in the sidewalk, and why are they disrupting everybody walking on the sidewalk? And it was just goofy stuff like that over and over and over. And I was like, there's no value to this at all. It's just mindless stuff.
Yeah, like there was nothing to it at all. I mean, it's like you'd flip to one. People would be dancing. You'd be like, okay, that's a little goofy. And then the second one, it would be someone doing like something really quick. Like they'd be like, okay, let me tell you how to cook. Cook, we're done. And it was like that long. Like you didn't even get to see how to cook. Then you flip to another one, and of course it's a thirst trap. And then you're like, and then you move on from that. And then you're back to dances again. And it's like that. This is nothing. I was like, I don't even know what the hell this is, but this is substanceless. Like there's nothing here. Like I honestly say, like my favorite platform is YouTube because it's just. It allows for there to be substance to everything. Like you can make a video really short and a really quick rundown, like in 5 minutes, or you could have a multi-hour long videos that are just so interesting and in depth on a specific topic that it's really mind blowing that someone on YouTube would have that kind of time. Like you don't get channels like this is one I'm a really big fan of. You don't get channels like Part-Time Explorer who get to show you all kinds of niche things about the United States and really North American history. You don't get channels like that because they don't have enough time on TikTok to explore any of that business. They get 60 seconds or less, and they don't get to show any of the cool stuff or talk about it or anything. It's lame. It's mundane. YouTube is really where it's at because you can get short form content, just a couple of minutes, or you can get long form content that's documentary length or even longer than that. But with that, I hope that addresses that well, in my opinion, on TikTok and other forms of Chinese social media, really misinformation campaigns, because that's really how they do it. But still, thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Your question was actually a very interesting one. I hope we were able to explore it a good deal with kind of our opinions and thoughts on it. And I got to thank you so much once again, Ari, that girl Chicago, for your third super chat ever and helping this channel to keep on running and asking a very interesting question. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Press Escape, who puts in a $31 donation, and thank you very much, Press Escape, for that very generous support.
Hey!
Also, it said, you guys make me proud to be an American. I'm glad we do. And wait, I'm an Aussie, LOL. And also, I thought the coat hangers on the drones were the triggers, and when the loops touched, boom. Also, do you know any good tongue twisters? And aw, man, Troll the Hot Dog, man, aw, man.
Aw, man, I got some success and then he lost it all.
Aw, man.
But beyond that, I gotta say, thank you so much for the support. And to answer your question, or more so, kind of a statement, Matthew, can you reread it again? Just make sure that I got it.
I said, you guys make me proud to be an American, but I'm an Aussie, though.
Hey!
And also,
Oh.
I thought the coat hangers on the drones were the triggers.
I think they are. I remember that we went into a really in-depth analysis on what those were, found the answer, and I think it was something like that, and then I promptly forgot it. And that was a long time ago too. So unfortunately, I can't say for certain. I think they are like the detonators for the explosives. But still, I thank you so much for the support, and I also thank you for saying that we make you proud to be an American and you're an Australian. I like to try and be as patriotic as possible. Patriotism doesn't know party lines or boundaries. It just is love of the country for what it is, for good and for bad. It's a deep love and appreciation for it, and I hope that we really convey that on the channel, because that's really what I think the true mark of a patriot is. The true mark of a patriot isn't someone who votes red or blue every single time an election comes around. A true patriot is someone that truly, deep down in their soul, has a love for their nation, for everyone in it, and is wanting to look for the benefit and the prosperity of everyone combined. That's really what a patriot is, in my opinion. It's not what the modern definition of a patriot is to either side. And that's largely why we're the outlier here on YouTube, because you'll notice that a lot of people get into those kinds of political camps. A load of people did that in the Ukraine war sphere, and I just don't understand why people do that. I feel like it's much better to talk to a far broader audience on both ends and speak common sense and good judgment, because common sense and good judgment always will make sense, and it always will resonate with people, no matter what political ideology they're of. I hope that a lot of that comes through on this channel with what we say, because, you know, I'm sure that, and also some people believe that we're of one party or the other, and believe me, when I say this, someone in the chat's going to be saying, you're a Republican or a Democrat or something. It always happens, but we always get both answers. We always get, you're A or B. We never get you're just A or B. We never get exclusives. It's always people guessing all across the board. And that's why I know we're doing our job well on this channel, because people don't really know what political leaning we are, and I like to keep it that way, because that's for y'all's business to have what your political leanings are. It's not really my business, or it's not really any of y'all's business whether y'all agree or disagree with my political beliefs. It's not really any of my business about y'all's. It's really just more important that we're speaking what needs to be spoken, and that people can largely agree on the same thing here. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that addressed that incredibly well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Margaret Hemsley, who puts in an 8. And thank you very much, Margaret Hemsley, for that support. And Margaret said, just a token to show I still care and I listen daily, and take a live chat question, please.
Hey, and thank you so much once again for the support, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. We know you care because you're here all the time, but still, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we just wouldn't be able to be here right now and keep this channel running. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Anonymous from the live chat, by the way, in honor of Margaret's super chat. Anonymous says, Russian warplanes have been silenced, and are there any specific reasons?
Russian warplanes largely have been silenced due to increased air defense activities, although Su-34s are still able to conduct long-range bombing missions because of glide bombs, although glide bomb production has greatly been reduced for unknown reasons, and that started to greatly curtail the Russian Air Force's use of air support. That's generally why we've seen the Russian Air Force disappear, is really due to the lack of the production of glide bomb kits. And so with that, I hope that answers that well. Thank you so much once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Verna Weeks, who puts in a $7 donation, and also Glock Who's There, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you both, Verna, and also Glock Who's There, for that support once again. No comment to address, though, sadly, so just a big shout out to Verna and Glock for that support. But we also have a $5 support from Kachulian343, who put in one big $15 super chat and put in 3 different things.
Hey!
The first one says, I saw the SWV today and I called it. China is going to join the war soon because they know once NATO militarizes, they know it's now or never. And if they attack now when we aren't militarized and we're also distracted in Ukraine and in the Middle East, this is the closest China has to an advantage. And in fact, this may have been Putin's plan all along, helping Iran and working with North Korea. He's made the conflict so big that he's forcing China's hand.
That may be possible, but I generally do believe that the Chinese have enough economic and military sway to really guide the Russians around instead of the other way around. But generally beyond that, I would agree with most of that. But still, thank you so much once again, Controllium, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Thor Axelon, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Thor, as well, for that support. They said North Koreans seeing drones in the war for the first time. They said, oh my God, look at that. And he puts in the emojis of the big eyes looking at it like, oh.
That's pretty funny. Actually, we saw some notebooks from some of those North Koreans that got killed out there, and they drew the drones like cavemen would. You know, it was really weird to look at. I don't know if you saw that, Matthew. But it was... Yeah, it was wild to see that. It was like Neolithic cave paintings, and I was like, that's just weird, but still pretty funny too. But with that, I got to thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to 10K, who puts in a €5. And thank you very much, 10K. They said the Whig Party confirmed. Oh, come on now.
That's a
Come
funny
on.
one. No, actually, I'm a Federalist.
Moose.
Excuse you. Like it's like,
Moose.
man, you know, like there's so many parties. There's actually so many parties that have lived and died in America. But it's so crazy. Let me go see if I can pull this up. The political tree map, from way back in the day, not the modern day. I want to see if I can show you all this. Dang it! There was like a cool a political tree map from the 19th century. Let me go see if I can find it here. That showed early American political history. Yeah, here we go. This is it. Right here. Yeah, that's it. So it actually shows the formation of the Republicans and the Democrats way back in the 1840s and 50s, which is pretty cool. But there were loads of political parties that existed before the Republicans and the Democrats became really the only two. There were tons of them back in the day. There was, of course, always two big ones, but there was actually some thriving third and fourth party groups out there during early American history that did exist and were able to thrive in the atmosphere before the Civil War. It's a really interesting thing that a lot of people don't know. But yes, the Whigs. The Whigs were like the first. And then there was the Federal Party, and then there was the Republican Party. That Republican Party is actually totally different than the one of today. It actually collapsed, and the Republican Party of the time, it was actually called the Democratic Republican Party. It actually split off to create the Democrats, which are the Democrats of today, and then it also split off to create the Whigs again, and then the Whigs went and formed the Republican Party of the here and now. And those parties existed really from the 1860s, which is the Civil War, on up to the present day. But before that, there was loads of different parties that had existed as well. Pretty cool, actually. Really, really neat stuff. But we don't really, like, we don't even really talk about early political stuff because somehow, some way, someone's going to drag it into the modern day and poison it with the rhetoric of the present. So anyways, with that, I hope also the Know Nothing Party, that was a great one because they literally called them the Know Nothings. I believe they were called, what were they called, Matthew? The Native American Party, because they called themselves right-born natives of this land, you know, although they were not like Indians or Native Americans or anything. And when people asked them, what do y'all stand for? Every single one of them say, oh, I don't really know. You'd have to ask someone else. And that's why they got known as the Know Nothings.
Actually, I'm not familiar with that party, believe it or not.
Yeah, it was a short-lived one. It was a smaller one. It wasn't a main dominant party. It was one of the smaller sub-parties of the time. But it was a really funny one, man, because it, like, everyone teamed together, all the little groups, to make it. So it was like the third party up until the Civil War. And then when people would ask them, so, like, what are you all about? Because they were, like, strongly anti-immigration at the time. Like, they didn't want Irish people in the country at all. That was their thing. Like, someone would be like, hey, what are you about? They'd be like, I don't know. I don't really know much about it. I just kind of like it. And then they'd be like, okay. So then they got known as the Know Nothings because literally everyone in the party would say that.
Well, they ought to create that party again and put all the politicians in it.
Yeah, because none of them know a damn thing. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one here goes to Nova, who puts in a 5 and says, with Russia low on fuel, runways, SAMs, boats, and munitions, do you believe that Ukraine will still have air superiority in 2025?
I do not believe so. The Ukrainians, well, actually, they are currently in a contested airspace right now. That's why neither side is able to conduct full-scale air operations, and I believe that the airspace will remain contested throughout the entirety of the war. I just don't ever think there will be prevailing conditions that lead Ukraine to have complete, in total air supremacy, and I don't really think the Russians will ever be able to achieve that either. But still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Eric Bro, who puts in a 5, and thank you very much, Eric, for that support as well and helping to keep us running. And also, shout out to Mark Andre Burnett for also putting in a 5 as well, along with Declan Gibo for also putting in another 5 once again. And huge shout out to Eric, Mark, and Declan for that support. Sadly, no comments to address on any 3, but we appreciate it once again. And we also have a 5 from Authorin, and Authorin said, "Aw, man, let me roll another one, and I'll show my appreciation to you guys, LSA."
Aw, man, it's time to start talking about these terrible fires. By the way, I need a new desk and chair. Make sure to give me money.
Stop grifting from the desk and the
Aw,
chair.
man. Dude, that desk and chair, man, that's going to be like his thing until he has to start working at 7-Eleven. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Phase YN, who puts in a 5 and says, to prevent future attacks, should we conduct electronic, cyber, or economic attacks against our foreign enemies, or is there a better way to prevent harm?
I would generally say that cyber warfare is a very important field of modern war. It's actually very underplayed by a lot of people. That's what the U.S. Space Force does primarily, is cyber warfare. And they also do orbital warfare as well. There are two main modes of combat. So they're actually not a armed fighting force. You'll never see a Space Force soldier, if you want to call them that, on the battlefield shooting someone. They're going to be fighting in cyberspace and in orbit, in orbital warfare. But beyond that, I would generally say that that is a pretty important field that we need to focus on these days, and I hope that answers that well. And thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one. I also bet you the crouton said I missed the voices. We're going to be trying to bring them back a little bit more because we want to get back to the kind of funny, whimsical stuff that we used to do back in the day that really just made it fun instead of, being all about business and all about news, because we know that a lot of y'all were here for the jokes and the laughs that came along with hearing the news. So we're trying to get more towards doing that again. But with that, we're on to the next one.
So our next one here goes to Enforcer Dog Jaya, who puts in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Enforcer Dog, for that support. They said, I hope they can save LA. Good night, LSA and Enforcers.
Hey, and I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It's absolutely appreciated. You know what I mean? Because you're making it possible for us to be here on air right now. I do have to give a massive shout out to all those people in Los Angeles. Hopefully they'll be all right out there. Of course, new fires are being made. There's fighting fires right now. It's a pretty tough time. But hopefully they'll be able to make sure to take care of themselves. Because I'll tell you something. Sometimes the folks in Los Angeles, they get no respect around here. What's that?
Oh man, I'm telling you. Oh man, I get no respect around here. Oh man, my city burns down, tens of billions of dollars of damage. Someone wants to say it's supposed to burn down. Oh man, I'm telling you. Oh man, I tried to walk down the street the other day. I said I'm gonna get a breath of fresh air. Oh man, I got a breath of ash. Oh man, I'm telling you. Oh man, it's really ashy out here. Oh man, I'm telling you.
But with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again for support, helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Clam Jensen, Pilgrim, who puts in a $4 donation. Thank you very much, Clam, for that support, Pilgrim. The Russian mind might be that dumb. You heard me?
I've got to thank you once again for the absolutely incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to tell you that you got to mind the minds, because otherwise the mind's going to mind you. And I got to thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. Guts, Glory, the Enforcer. And thank you once again for helping to keep this channel running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Plazoth, you heard me, who puts in a $4 donation, you heard me, and does not leave a comment, you heard me. Thank you very much, Plazoth, for that support once again and helping to keep us running, you heard me. And our next one here goes to Joseph Ribe, who puts in a 2, you heard me. And they also did not leave a comment either, but thank you very much, Plazoth and Joseph, I don't know why I keep saying Joseph, and for that support once again, you heard me. And our next one here goes to LSA Sergeant Figment, who puts in a 2, and says, LSA, hit the like button. Oh, that's an order.
And I have to greatly appreciate your support of the channel. And I gotta say, make sure to please hit the like button. We have gotten up to 3,600 likes tonight. An absolutely incredible number. Once again reminding us that the species of the Leaf Spring Army is truly one of the most incredible and profound found in the natural world. And I'm gonna thank you so much once again for the support. And please do make sure to hit the like button, subscribe, and make sure to hear more from the Enforcer channel.
And with that, that one did a number on my vocal cords, man. I don't know why. That one was tough. But with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to Nick Nelson, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, Nick, once again, for that support. They said, requested power shutoff all Mandeville Canyon.
And I thank you so much for the support, and that sounds very concerning as well, and I thank you for that update right there. And with that, thank you once again for support. We are on to the next one.
And with that, Dawn, we are now moving away from our super chats, Dawn, because that is our last one, Dawn. I'm going to go eat a ham and cheddar sandwich, and I'm going to return for the live chat questions, Dawn. Thank you so much. I'm going to smoke a pack of Lucky Strikes to try to get through the pain. Thank you, Dawn.
But anyways, with that, we are now moving on to our live chat questions because we are fresh out of super chat. So, of course, first up, we have our Morse code decoders of the stream. Excuse me. And our first one here goes to Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Renew, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, David Millsaps, Heroic Fluffiness, and Arabelle Garbo. They said the LSA Morse code cipher says Ukraine is putting the nails in the coffin with each and every day and LLT LSA.
And ding, that's the sound of money. Aw, man, from my desk and chair. No, you idiot. It's because they got the Morse code message right. Hey,
let's go.
We gotta give it a massive shout out to all of you because you gotta correct the 1,053 and I gotta congratulate y'all because that's absolutely amazing and impressive that y'all been able to make that possible for 1,052 days and 1,052 days more. Can I get a tree fitty? No. And so with that, it is time for us to move on into our live chats. Due to time constraints, we will not be able to get a large amount because we are almost running a marathon stream here. We actually technically are already. So we're going to be getting 3 live chat questions and then rounding this thing out. And so what do we got for the third to last question of the night, Matthew?
All right, so our first question here is going to go to Dale Laticus. Thank you very much, Dale, for that support. And then the kind question, they said, with the loss of oil, do you think the orcs will convert some equipment to run on natural gas? It's possible.
Well, I think you should know the answer to that question. Well, we're moving from vegetable oil to tallow. The unhealthy fries will be slightly healthier. But to answer that question, I would have to say that, Matthew, can you reread it again? Because I got completely distracted by your voice in responding to it in character. So can we get that again?
We can do it again. Let me finish my venison jerky real quick. Moving back to this one from Dale, he says, with the loss of oil, do you think the orcs will convert some equipment to run on natural gas? It's possible.
It is possible, but it might be too expensive, so they might not want to do that. But still, once again, like I was saying, you're the guy. Like, listen, you're changing everything from vegetable oil to tallow. You know, it's gotta be better, you know, like it's like, you know, or at least we'll be fat bastards, but we'll be healthy fat bastards, right? But anyways, that's something I don't get. Like, I gotta be honest with you, Matthew, like, we're gonna change the vegetable oil to tallow. I'm like, well, it's still unhealthy. You know, it's like eating fries by the fistful. It's like, isn't that still unhealthy? Like, I generally assume so. It's like, I don't really think it matters if it's vegetable oil or tallow. Maybe tell people to have some self-control, stop eating so much, and maybe that would fix the problem. It's like people were getting fat when they were sugar and tallow. You know, it's like, it's not going to change. You know, it didn't really change much because it's corn syrup and vegetable oil.
Listen, stop thinking so shallow and start spreading the tallow.
And also, a lot of people are like, tallow is way better, and it is way better, yes, but like, you know, when we're talking about, like, you know, think about it, like a burger that has like your like 200% the amount of cholesterol in it that you're supposed to be consuming per day. It's like, does it really matter if the beef was organically sourced or not, considering that you're still eating 200% more cholesterol than you're supposed to be in a day? Like, that's really what I'm getting to. It's like, does it really?
Wait. If you hit the deer with the car, it reduces the cholesterol by 5 points, and if you put it in the trunk, it reduces it by another 100 cholesterol points. And if you eat it in the same day, it'll actually help your thinking.
Oh man, I think this guy's got it down. Oh man, I think I'm gonna listen to him. Oh man, I'm telling you.
But anyways, with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
All right, and this one goes to O-Tubes. He says, is there a chance that Iran terrorists could be behind these deliberately lit fires in California? Just a thought.
Yeah, it's possible. Like, they're investigating them as possible arsons at this point. So it's possible that it could also be from a terrorist origin, although we can't say that with certainty because there's no real discernible proof to prove that anything other than the Kenneth Fire is an arson. The Kenneth Fire was an arson. The other ones we really don't know about yet. They're suspected arsons, and then we really don't know why they were caused and by who. And that would really tell us if it was a terrorist incident or not. So there's a possibility. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. That's what I'm trying to say here, but we don't know for sure. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Big shout out, by the way, to Adam McLean, who just threw in a $10 super chat, said thank you. And a big thank you to you, Adam McLean, and thank you for enjoying the stream tonight and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And also, let's see here. See some people talking about the tallow thing. Look, I'm gonna make this clear. I personally am for improved food, health, and safety, and so I do think that the change from vegetable oil to tallow is going to be a more beneficial one for the public, but also at the end of the day, I do understand that a large amount of the obesity crisis in this country, which is a major health concern, is generally caused from people overeating, and specifically grains. So if...
Attaboy.
Yeah, and so when we talk about it like that, and knowing that there were usually grains, and when I speak of grains, it also includes tubers like potatoes. People are cramming these down their throats so much, it really doesn't matter whether vegetable oil or tallow is in it or not. The overconsumption of it alone is wildly unhealthy. It's just that the vegetable oil is adding that extra tinge of unhealthiness to it. There needs to be a major campaign in this country to try and get people to control their food intake. That's really the main crux of the issue, although I do certainly agree that improvement in food and drug standards would be a massive benefit and a boon to national health. We also need to get behind the idea of actually teaching people to have some self-control, not by overpricing food and artificially creating control through price fixing or something along those lines, but just trying to teach people to have the common discipline to watch their food intake. Me personally, I can say I'm kind of one of those people that need to learn that discipline a little bit. Like, I'm not like, like a pig rolling around the docks or nothing like that, but I'm also not exactly in perfect health and shape. That's quite obvious to anyone who's ever seen me on camera. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who was the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
All right, so that viewer is AF Kaplan, who says, regarding the LA fires, if it's proven that Russian assets were responsible, would that be sufficient grounds for NATO to invoke Article 5?
I would say yes. I would think in that instance, especially with the amount of damages that's been caused, I would certainly say so. So with that, I hope that does answer that question incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to round out tonight's stream, and what a stream it has been. A return to form, actually. 10,000 people were here at the peak. Technically, it was 9.9, but we rounded up. So 9.9 thousand people were here at the peak, and 75,000 people have watched this stream before it's ended. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and thankful to know that we are able to be y'all's primary source of news, and we thank you all so much once again for watching. If y'all have enjoyed tonight, and you're new to the channel, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, because we cover news like this pretty much every single day we're alive. 7 days a week, either in stream or short war video form. But to let y'all know the stream schedule in particular, it's 6 days a week, every day but Monday. So every day you can always count on us to be here but Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. So you please make sure to show up tomorrow. We'll be having another great stream. Hopefully all of y'all will be here again. And also, Matthew will be with y'all to guide y'all through the short war summary of tomorrow if there's enough news. And so with that, thank you all so much once again for watching. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And thank you all, folks, for another great stream once again tonight. 74,000 people joined us by the end of it, and we sincerely appreciate every single one of you joining us. And also, big shout out to Leor Abigail once again for putting in a $5 support and said snow coffee served with tallow. Hey! And I'll be honest with you, that sounds nasty. It sounds perfect for North Korean. I probably love that. But what was that?
I said, yeah, I was agreeing.
Oh, yeah, it'd probably be nasty, but I mean, maybe it's worth a try. It's better with a little bit of tallow in there, I guess you could say. Use that as creamer, I guess. I really don't even know what tallow even looks like. We'll have to explore that some other time. But anyways, folks, thank you all for joining us. Be sure to join us again tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern, like the Enforcer mentioned. And also tomorrow, I'll be making the short war video if there is enough news to cover. So be sure to hop on there and listen to the, oh, hey, folks, at the very beginning. And be sure to hop on, because we'll be covering all the big breaking news happening midday if there is enough news. But once again, folks, thank you all once again. Slava Ukraine. Hero Slava, get some rest, and good night.